let's work on the summary form. So before we work on the summary, let's go into the summary form and the resume form. And below here, we're just going to check for if the index is true. Let's show the resume summary form. So let's come inside your form and let's create a component. Let's say fx and RASCE to create a boilerplate reactor. And let's go into a resume and let's just import this just go ahead and get this this code. Let's go into our summary. I'm going to paste that here. So now let's go ahead and let's set this to use client, and then let's use clients, and let's down here and let's get the resume info. I'm request to use resume context. So I just set this is with constant. And let's get the resume info on updates. So now the next thing we're going to do is to let's set div. Let's go here and let's do div the class name of Waitful, and below that we're going to create a div, not div, a h2, like the personal info we did. And this is just going to be similar to the personal info. We're going to have font, bold, text large, and let's just call it a summary. Save that. Let's put the description for this with class name, text small, and there we're going to just say add summary for your resume. So let's create a div below that, and we're going to get a form, and inside the form we're going to create a div first. That div is going to have a class flex, item center, item end, and we're going to have justify between. So here we're going to have a div, not a div, before the cookie div. So let's just have label, a label from components, and let's just put add resume. So below here we're going to have a button from components, and this is just going to be generate with AI or AI writer. Yeah, so let's just say variant outline. I will have a class name of cap each one. Let's also set this to, let's remove the on click for now. Okay, on click. I just set that to empty widgets, and below here we're just going to let's not inside here let's add sparkles from lossy react with a size of 15 px, and probably a class name with text purple 500 because our theme is purple. So we should see the button. Let's some is not showing. Let's check let's check our server is running. summary form. Let me go here. Let's refresh this and see. So let's go next. Yeah, so this is the button here that generates with AI, and this is our add resume, add summary. Yeah. So we're just going to have below that, we're going to have our text area from Shanti. Let's do class name MT5, minimum height to 36, and we'll just put required. We just put value. It's going to be equals to resume info. I thought we imported that. Yeah, resume info. Summary. It's going to be empty string case. And we are going to have an unchange, which we're going to work on now. And that's going to be undo change. So let's just go here and let's create that function. Paste that. Yeah. And inside the personal info, let's just get the button. For the summary, which we're going to have inside the form here. So here is going to say, let's just run the pending. And let's just comment this for now. So let's work on the unchange. So a change is just going to be a target with value string. Now we can use this callback here. Let's just remove the use callback. Inside here, let's just say constant value supposed to a the targets. So let's do constant resume info. Okay, resume data info is going to be equals to resume info as resume data type. Then I'm going to just say updates, updated, date, greater info. It's going to be equals to where is the structure, data info, and let's put summary. Where is summary? Why is that showing? It's going to be value. And now let's just update on updates, update info. So that is that for the unchanged handler. So the next we're going to create, the handle submit here. It's just going to be empty string. Let's just attach it to submit. So now let's go back next. Now we can see we don't have summary. We are not using the dummy data. We don't have summary. This is a dummy. So if you put any contents inside, this will be here. So let's go ahead and work on integrating our AI into the project. So once you click on this button, it should generate. This is reloading. Let's go and change the button to instead of type. So just a type to button. So yeah. So now if you click on additional, it should ask for required. Yeah. So this should be it. Now let's um go over to let's come over to so search on your browser and look for Gemini AI. So Gemini AI is an alternative to OpenAI, which is created by Google. So that you can actually chat with it. It's like just similar to OpenAI if you've used OpenAI before. So from there and then search for Gemini AI and then let's say let me click on down here and you can chat on it. Say let anything you want. So we want to use Gemini AI in our project. So what I'm going to do here is just quickly to get the API key. I'm just going to say Gemini AI developer API key and just click on this and Google will take us to a page where we can get Gemini API key and just click on that and you'll be prompted to AI Studio Google where you can create a AI key. You can come there. So before we create the API key, let's want to test some prompts so that we test it what we're going to um, Gemini AI. So I have a prompt already here. So you can test out different prompts you can use. So I have a prompt here. So basically this prompt is telling Gemini that I have a job and this job is going to be job title, which is going to be let me see React um, full stack yes, developer. So now I'm telling you that job title React developer based on the job title. We can set here to based on job title. Please generate the concise and complete summary for my resume in JSON format, incorporating the following experience levels: fresher, mid, and experience. Each summary should have limited to 3 to 4 lines, reflecting a personal tone and showcasing specific relevant programming language, technology, framework, and methodology without any placeholder or gap. Ensure that the summaries are engaging and tailored to highlight unique strengths, aspiration, and contribute to collaborative projects, demonstrating a clear understanding of the role and industry standard. So I'm just going to tell Gemini AI and just click enter. If you give me the data, you can see. So this is what I asked it here based on the React and this is what it gave me. It gave me the summary. It gave me a recent graduate eager to launch a career as a React developer, highly motivated to apply. And for the mid, experience development plus experience of building resume and advanced web application proficient in utilizing statement reliably like React context, senior proven React with 5 years experience. So you can see it, you can ask, you can modify the prompt to the way you want it, and then Gemini AI will give you the answer. So this is the prompt we're going to use in our project. So what I'm going to do is just come over here and click on code, so you can see the code you're going to use here. So before we do that, let's just copy this and open it in another browser because we've already written our. So I'm just going to open that and let's get the API key and let's create our API key. Got it. And Let's create API key. So if you wait for some seconds and it should generate our API key for. So now it has generated API key. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to go to my let's go into my env. So let me just close this env. And here we're just going to call it Google API key. Just put it inside here and let me just call it. So this is going to be a next public. Since we're not using it in the server side, it's on the client side. We're using the Gemini AI API key. This is going to be just be equals to, and let's just paste that, save that, and now we are going to create a file which we can use to. So I'll just call it Google AI model .tx. So now we should go back to the where we send the prompts. You can look at a prompt here. If you want to get a prompt, you can get it on GitHub. So you can modify it the way you want and load it the way Gemini will give you the response. So let me just click on code here and we're just going to copy this. So and this is just giving us the history. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to first of all, let's just copy this here. Come inside here, and let's place this here. So for that, we're just going to use env.net and let's just put this here. Now let's install the Gemini AI package. So I'm just going to copy that here. This is at generative AI. So let's just close our server or stop our server. But I'm going to use npm. So before you jump in, I want to show you the version I use. So let me just prepare it out and let's just npm install. Then just to add 0.21.0. So let's install that. So we should wait for it to install. We should wait for it so it doesn't install completely. Now let's run our server npm dev and so we're just going to go back to the for let's come here and let's import that. So I'm just going to import it. So inside here, we're just going to import it from generative AI. And the next we are going to do is to copy these two. We're going to use Gemini AI 1.5 Flash, which is a free version. OpenAI does not have free version anymore. So Gemini AI provides us a free version, and we are just going to also copy the this. So let's copy that and let's change this uh from text plain to application JSON since we want it to return application JSON. So we're just going to also get this here with the history. Just copy that, paste that here, and there's no show. Don't put any content inside the history. So this is how it's going to be. So we set up our Gemini AI, and now let's move over to our summary and let's integrate that into our widgets. So I'm just going to go to summary here. At the top of this place, we are going to set an interface, and it's going to be generated summary type For now, we're going to have fresher to string, mid to string, experience, experience to string. So yeah, we're going to put our prompts and reasons to constant prompts. Constant prompts is just let's go back to Gemini AI. Yeah, let's just close this. So just we're going to just copy this and then paste that inside. And when you're pasting that, just make sure you use this so just paste that. So let me make sure this is closed properly. So let me just zoom out so you can see clearly. So okay, based on the job title, please generate constant. So I've read everything. So we're just going to use these templates. You can just look at it here. It's here showing here. And then we should leave the on submit and let's go ahead and work on the uh, API, the handle function that is going to trigger the generates. So I'm going to come down below here. I'm going to say constant generate summary from AI. It's going to be an async function. We're going to have our try and catch, and inside here we are going to say job title. So we're going to get a job title from our resume info, or resume personal info dot job title. So user must have job title before it can use general AI. So I can just send if not job title, if not job title, just return. You can send them, you can notify them that you need to provide a job title before we can generate summary. So now I'm just going to go up here. I'm going to just set just going to set I said it's doing here. And now let's also set instance AI generated summary. This is going to have set AI generated uh summary is going to be equals to use state. I'm going to set a type had here, and I'm going to set that to on. That's it. Let's just set that to no. So make sure to import the use state from React. So we have the is loading AI generated, set AI generated, and let's come back here. Now let's set is loading to true, and next we're going to do is to do constant prompts. So we're going to try and replace this job title that is quoted there. You're going to replace it to the actual job title name. I'm going to say prompt to replace. Let's replace so just open parenthesis job title. Yeah. So we're going to replace this with this. So we're going to have results. No, let's so we're going to have we've done that. So let's do constant results. It's going to be equals to await, and let's import AI from AI chat section. And AI chat is just going to have send message, and let's pass in our prompt. And once we pass in our prompt, you're going to have constant response x, which is going to be equals to await results dot response dot x. So now we are going to just say as a summary and set AI summary generate summary. We're going to put JSON dot PS. So yes, our response. So and if any issue happen, like any error occur, we're just going to return this. And finally, let's import this. Let's do finally. Let's load stop us our loader to force. So we're going to test this now. Before we test that, let's set this loading to false here. I mean disable to is loading. Let's go down here and then let's set here it's loading, and then I'm going to also put here it's loading too. Let's see, okay, loading not is loading. And now let's go ahead and then let's go and look through the changes here. So we have text area, and then below here we're just going to say AI resume. So we'll check whether it exists. So that's a put and yeah, we're going to just say div, and here we're going to say h5. H5 we have class name of font semi-bold, it's in text 15 pixel, and then my4 for the suggestion. Yeah, we're going to just open your objects dot entries AI summary dot map. So we're going to open this and let's put empty bracket and let's say experience type. So we just have the experience type and we have the summary. Let me just so let's just say the summary. Then we're going to let's get the index. It's going to be able to open that and it's adding card. And card is just going to be an card. Let's just import this from UI card. Let's put a key to index. We have an issue here, so I think it's this. Okay, and yeah. So we've done that. So yeah, we're going to just put row button. And then we're going to add class name. Class name is going to have my4 with ag primary with 5%. We're going to remove the shadow in shadow none. Let's just move this. And we're going to have border, and that is going to be primary slash 30. So here we're going to just have on click, and that is going to be on click select. So on click, we're going to have select. Let's just leave that for now. We're going to come back for that. Let's just add in the card header from card. Let's just put last name of py2. Close the tag. Let's have our card title, and this one will just have class name and fonts semibold and text empty. So we're going to just have experience type dot character. You just get the 0. I will say dot to uppercase. Yeah. When I say plus, let's open here. Experience type dot slice 1. Now we're going to see the response here. So I'm just going to also console this here. Log. Yeah. So let's just leave that there. And the last thing we're going to do before we go ahead and test this is we are going to have our content. So this content is going to be card contents. Let's just close this. This is just going to be class text small, and just open this, and let's just put a p tag with summary. So let's save that, and then now we're done. So let's go ahead and test this before we work on the handle select. So let's just copy this generic function there, and then just add it to this click. Oh, we've already added it here. So let's just add it here. So I think we are done. I think we're done. Yeah. So let's test it out. Let me go over to this here. Let me just refresh this. Let's inspect network. So let's full stack React engineer. Is this enrolling? Let me check. Okay. Still coming up. Yeah. It has come up completely. Let's go to next. And here, let's try regenerate function here. Click on it, and it's going through. Let's call Google, and now we can see our response. Great, great, great. You can see the object here, fresher, uh, add media. You can see the last one experience here. So this is working very fine. So now you can see that the options are here. Delivered innovative experience full stack, and recently graduated full stack role, blah blah blah. So let's work on the handle select. So handle select is going to be very simple. Just do constant handle select. Here's going to call it to use callback. Let me put my equals to sign here. And just let's just put empty here. Let's just import this from React. And there we're just going to pass in the summary, which is a string. And inside here, we're going to just open this and we're going to say constant resume data info. Uh, so before we do that, let's know this. To do that, let's do if now to resume info just return. So let's just do constant. Let me just set this. Why is it showing error? Okay, the time for. So let's just listen to it. Here constants updated info is equals to 3 resume info data info. Now I'm going to say summary. It's going to be summary. This is not even needed self again. You can change that to this if you want. So I'll leave that, and then we're going to just say one update and then resume info. So let's go ahead and then let's add it to our card. Yeah. So just put pass the summary. Yeah. So you said that. So the only thing that's remaining now is the handle submit. So handle submit is going to work once we select anyone once. So I'm just going to do that. So let's generate again, and it's going to take some 2 minutes, and then we've got it. So let me just pick this. It's not working. Okay. And I think once we select, we need to also empty this. Once we select, we need to empty this. Oh, we didn't even add this. We didn't pass this. Shit. Public info, and yeah. So once we add that, let's also set this to null. So now let's select middle class, and now we can see it. So we can just click on save, and it will save our changes. Why is it refreshing there? The whole app. So let me just just pick here. I just say experience. And now let's just go ahead and work on the handle submit. So here's the handle submit. So the handle submit is just going to be the same thing with what we had before. So I'm going to say use callback. I'm just going to open that async. And then just close that. Let's open this here. So let me just open this. open this and let me just paste this here. Or let me just let's just do it here. I also have parenthesis prevents defaults. And this is just going to be void. Yeah. So let's just come here and let's do a dot prevents default. So let's do if dot resume the info. Let's return. Now let's get the thumbnail. Which is going to be equal to await generates thumbnail. And now we're going to just say constant current number is going to be equal to resume info the current position. There is also question mark resume info the current position plus one. Let's say else one. So now let's just use arrays. Let's go to personal info. Form. Let's just go to the top and let's just copy this, bring it inside here, and let's just paste it here. So let's paste it here. Let's just import this. So let's just go down here and let's enable this. And let's import this. Let's also set it's pending. And then for continue, let's also add here. Yeah. So let's just mutate async. And now you want to open this current position, first number, and thumbnail, and summary. The summary is going to be resume for the summary. So that's all I'm going to just do. Once you go through, you're just going to the same thing I'm going to do here, just on submit and on success, and then it's updated. And for error, we're just going to have the same thing we have in personal info. We're going to call it so here we call the and next. So inside this my year we're going to have see so error failed to update summary. Yeah, that's great. Now let's just pass in the this resume info. And I think we are done with the summary. Now we can check that and confirm that everything's working fine. So let's try and save this and see. Hopefully it works. Inspect. And I just go to network tab, clear. Let's save this. Everything is been. So let me look at my payload. Yeah, it went through. So you can see summary and thumbnail. So now if you look here, we can see Season React engineer with proven experience in building complex database driven. So let's go ahead now and work on the professional experience form. So that's it for summary. Let's move on. So to work on the experience, we're going to just simply go back to our resume form. This is it here. And we're going to set that to active form index to 3. So I'm going to come down here and let me just paste this here. So this is the experience form which is placed to the active form index 3. So I'm just going to copy this experience from here and let's create a component. So let's create a component inside the form folder. I'm just going to paste that here. Let's put X and RAFCE to create a boilerplate code for us. Then let's import the experience form. So let's import that. And as usual, I'm just going to my summary form and let me just get the prop types here. Let's copy that. I just copy that from here. Going to resume form and experience form. And let's just paste this inside here, and the error should stop. Great. So for the resume form, I'm simply going to put our initial state here because we're going to have multiple experience. So I'm just going to say constant initial state, which is going to be equals to title, company name, and that's going to be empty string city of the company. Then we have state, and we're going to also have start date, which is going to be empty string, and end date. It's going to be empty string. So we have work summary, which we're going to use editor for that. Then currently working, it is going to be equals to false. Yeah, so you can just set ID here to undefined as yeah. Yeah, so and that is that. So we're just going to quickly import the resume info. So I'm just going to say constant from our context. That's resume. Yeah, let's import that. And I think it should not cause an issue. Let's just do resume info, which we just put on update to. And let's just do that. Then below here, we're just going to create our state. We're going to call it experience list and set experience list. This is going to be equals to Reactjs use state, and this is just going to be we're going to just do a check. So I'm just going to do a callback function, and you can use effects for this. And I'm just going to do a return resume info and experience the length. Then if it has, there's also resume info and experience. Then if it doesn't have it, you're going to put our initial state here, and that is that. So it's going to populate the data we have in there. So if we don't have, it's going to be empty by default. So we can also use this, or we can also use a different method for that. Then I'm just going to use call. Let's use effects. Yeah, and this use effect is going to also have we're going to call back, and let's put an empty here. Make sure to import that from React. So let me just wait for it to import. I don't know why it's not sure. Let's just import that from React here. Use the effects. And inside the use effects, we're just going to have if resume info, just return empty. But if not, we're going to just call on update. Update is going to have does resume info, put comma, and they'll say experience. It's going to be experience list. Now we just pass the experience list here. I'm sorry, this is wrong. Experience list. So anytime we make update to it, it updates the resume info. So for that, we're just going to go straight to building the components itself. So for that, we're just going to come down here. Let's just, as usual, just press div, press the class name. Class name is going to be widthful. And we're just going to h2. Same thing with the summary. Just put class name to font bold. And I'm going to the text LG. And inside, I'm just going to call this professional experience. Professional experience. Yeah, let's save that. Below here, you're going to write a simple brief description, and you're going to put text small. Just say add previous, add previous job experience. Save that. And now we're just going to set our form. Inside our form, we're going to set a div. So inside this div, we're going to have a class name with them border, widthful, h auto. And let me just break this down here so you can see that. And then we're going to have divide vertical is going to be 1 pixel. Then we're going to have rounded. Let's have rounded here. The rounded is going to be medium, AX3, PB4, at the bottom 4, and then margin up and bottom 5. So now, since experience is a list, we are going to look through experience list, which is going to have a map here. Now we're going to have our item and index. And let's just call this. And inside here, we're going to have a div. Let's just close this div. And let's don't forget our key. Key is going to be index. And let's open it. Let's put a div here. Let me save this here. So inside here, we're going to just have class name, relative. Now we're going to have grid columns 2. Now we're going to have margin bottom 5. Now we're going to also have padding here. Let me break this here. We're going to have padding up. Yeah, padding top 4. We're going to also have give it a gap of 3. Save that, and then we're going to also let's set a button here. So this button is going to show is to remove a particular item in the list. So I'm just going to say if experience, and I'm going to check only when the experience length is greater than 1. That is when we will show this button to remove the item from the. So I also put X from little layouts, and this is going to be a size of 13 pixel. And let's just close that. And inside here we're going to have variant secondary. I'm just going to give it a type of button so we does not submit. And we're going to create a class name. Class name is going to be size of 20 pixel. Then we're going to also have the text color and text center. Let's put it here. Text center. Oh, sorry. Let me break this down. I'm going to have rounded full. Rounded full. I'm going to have, you want to say this to absolute and top minus 3. So we're going to break top to 3 for this, and we're going to give it right. We're going to also have a minus sign for right. We're going to give it a background color of black. And we're going to also give it a dark mode. We're going to have a background color of gray 600. So we're going to have text right. Yeah. So let's give it the size here for the button. So the icon. And we're going to set on click, which is going to be empty for now. We'll come back for 80 later. So if you go back, let's click on this. We should see, but we shouldn't see it until it increase. And then let's also come down here after you check. Let's give a div. And let's close the div. So inside the div, we're going to have a label from UI label. And let's just open it as proposition title. Save this. This is just going to have a class name of text small. So I save that. And here we're going to have an input field. So this input field is going to have this. We're going to have name, title. We're going to have placeholder. There's no HTML required. I'm going to say value. Value is item dot title. So this is just going to be an empty string in case if this is not available. So that works, and we're going to have one change, which is we're going to take the event, and we're going to have undo change. It's going to take a comma index. So we're going to come back for it. Let's just create the function here first. And it's just going to take a an index. Let's just set the type to number. And then we are going to also set the type here to as a set type target. We'll have target then let's set name to string and put comma value to string. Yeah. So that should stop the issue there. Let's go ahead and then work on other sets before we come back to work on that. So let's just copy this and below here, let's just paste it. So here we're going to change that to company name. Let's set this to company name. And let's just set this one to company name. Let's set this to company name. Let's just also paste this again. And here we're just going to have city. So here we're going to have city. City. Paste this here. We're going to have state here. We'll have state here too. Let's just save that. Then we also have another, we're going to call it start date. And this is going to be start date. And this is going to reset the type here. Date. And we're going to just set this one to start date. So let's just paste it again and let's call this to end date. And here we're going to just have end date. End dates. I think that is the last thing we're going to have. So no, that's not going to be the last thing. Last thing we're going to have here, we're going to create a div here. And we're going to set our summary. So let's just put class name. And we're going to have column span to empty one. So this is going to just take our work summary. So then let's come down below here where we're going to add set to add more. So I want to only show this button once we are at uh, the end of the form. So if we have multiple, so it's going to show only once. So I'm going to use the index to check if this experience length. So sorry, let me just open this. Index is equals to experience list dot length minus 1 and let's show if experience length dot length is less than 5, I increase it once. I'm just going to set the button. So let me just come up here and copy this button here. Or let's leave that one there. Let's just create a new button. Inside here, we're just going to put add more resume. Add more experience. So the button is going to have a class name of lab 1, mt1, text primary, and the border primary. So we're going to also have the border is going to be have a 50%. Yeah. So here we're going to have a variant of outline, and we're going to also set this to type button, so it does not call the onSubmit. Set that to button. And then we're going to do onClick. So onClick is going to add, what to call this, add a new experience, which we're going to create now. And let's just put our plus sign, our plus icon here. From Lucy, we have put size 15 pixel. And let's save that. Now let's go ahead and then let's create this constant. Yeah, I think it should stop the issue now. So we're going to create this one and also create this. So I'm going to just say set experience list, which is going to be open, and I say let's experience list. Now we're going to just pass initial states. Then for removing, and to remove experience, let's just say remove experience list. I'm going to just get the index, which is just number. Save that, and here we're just going to simply get so updated experience, which is we're going to copy the experience list into a different array, and then we're going to do updated experience does nice, which is going to have index 1, and we're going to set experience to the updated one. So let's also work on the unchange here. So unchange is going to be constant. We're going to the structure, get the name value from e.target. And we're going to do set experience list. Let's get the previous state. And the previous state, we're going to just get this piece. I'm going to say constant new experience list is equals to previous state new experience list index is equals to sorry, name and value. And let's return new experience list. Oh, undefined ID. I think something is wrong somewhere. Let me look at it. M is equals to this. Oh, so let's destructure this. Yeah. So we had to destructure this. So it should be inside, and now the handle change. So let's assign the remove new resume. Or let's call this remove experience. Remove experience. Spelling here is wrong. Remove experience. So let me just add this to the button here. Pass this and get the index. And let's also copy this one too. And let's add that here. And let's now add our button. So in the form here, we're going to just add button. And this button is going to have a class of empty4, type of submit, disable equals to pending, and I'm just simply going to submit further, and let's just complete this. So let's just import this here. So let's import this. Okay, so we now have you set is pending. I'm just going to quickly just close this. Let's set it here, and let's do save changes. Save that. Let's import the loader from Lucy React. And now we should check. So I'm just going to click on next, and we should see this. So I think this is not on the proper place. Yeah, let's take this down. Yeah, bring it down here. And let's see. Yeah. So it should be away from the grid. So I'm moving it away from the grid. It does not take column, so I'm just going to put space here. And now if we add, you should see a new form has been added, and you can remove, add, you can add, well, maximum of 5. Can remove here, and you can remove here. So let's go ahead and then work on the editor. So in which editor we're going to use a separate component for this. I'm going to install that. So let me just transfer my server, and let's head over to GitHub. The link is in the description. Clear this, and let's go and look for which text editor here. So this is it. Let's copy that. Let's paste it here, and we should install it, and we should wait for it to install. So while it is installing, we are going to go ahead and create a component in our component folder to, okay, let me check. It should stop. Okay, it doesn't stop completely. Let's run our server and run dev, and now let's go to inside our components here, and let's create a folder called editor, and let's just call it index.cx. So inside here, we're just going to do our RFCE, and let's change this to which text editor. So let's put our props. I'm going to pass in job title, which is going to be string. Oh no. I'm going to also pass our initial value. It's going to be string. We're going to pass in, we're going to also get our on add to editor change. I'm going to pass either any void. So we're going to also so now let's go down. Let's create a component first here. Let's just put a div, and this is going to be a flex item center justify between here we're going to have y2. So inside here I'm going to put the label. Let's import that. From UI label we're going to just pass in work experience, work summary. You can probably take this outside the experience form, so we just have only the editor here, and then so it can be reusable. We can move this outside here if you want. Well, let's just go on with it since we're going to just use this mainly for the experience form. So there's no point putting this. So I'm just going to create a button here, and this button is just going to, let's just import this from UI button, and I'm just going to for this generate. So this is similar going to be for where summary form is. So let's just scroll up and let's just copy this button here. Let's just copy this and paste this here. I'm just going to disable this and then remove this here. Just import this from the React, and that should work. So for the experience from here, I didn't put loader here, so I'm just going to add the loader here. Let's see. You can add loader inside here. So let's just go back to here, and then I'm just going to copy this and then just put empty space here, and let's just put loader here. So I'm just going to comment this out, or let's just create this loading state instead at the top here. So let me just put loading state here, and let's import that from React. Let's just so the next thing we're going to do now is to create the editor. So I'm just going to let's move the button inside. So below here you're going to see editor provider. So we're going to import editor provider from the React simple. So I'm just going to import that from here. So I'm going to call this the editor provider and command the editor itself. So let's just set editor down here, and inside here we're just going to have, so let me open this stack, and let's just say value, this is going to equal to value. So you're going to also have value inside here, and let's also get the props. So let's come down here and let's continue. So inside here I'm just going to put container props is going to be equals to the object with a style. I'm going to put a style. I'm going to say resize to vertical, put a comma, line height 1.2, font size 13.5 pixel. And here we're going to just say unchanged. We're going to get the event set value, which is going to be this, and let's copy and paste this and get the unchanged from editor change. So now we're going to add in the toolbar. Let's import that, and the toolbar is going to get the button board. We're going to just get the italic, and let's just import this. You can go ahead to the website and see more about it. And let's just update and just import all these components. And we're going to have a button link here. So the last thing we are going to do is to use Gemini AI to generate the form. So I'm just going to get this. We use Gemini AI to generate the summary for us. So you'll see async. This is just going to be an empty. Yeah, so now we're going to use try patch. So this is going to be similar to what we have there. So job title. I just notify the user that job title is needed. If not job, let's the post here and just say our job position was provide job position. And below here we're just going to say set loading to true. And let's get our prompt. So I already have a prompt already. I'm just going to set it here. And let me just break it down. So this is just going to be. So this is just given the job title is page 6 to 7 consent and personal bullet points in HTML string with 5 formats that highlight my key skills, relevant technology, and significant contribution in that role. Do not include the job title itself in the output. Provide only the bullet points inside or and on other lists. So this is what I give Gemini AI to as a prompt to give me the response and result. So I'm just going to call this here. Let's replace. I'm going to just okay. Let's use small letter here. This is going to be equals to the prompt dot replace job title here. So let's get the results. Constant results. This is going to be equals to await AI chat section from our leaf folder. I'm going to say just send message prompts. So we're going to get the response constant, validate response x. It is going to be equals to we're going to stream it. So let's just cut this out. I'm going to just put Let's just put the bracket here. So let's just set this to use this. Yeah. Uh, oh, sorry. I think I made a mistake here. Let's call it valid JSON array. And let's just come down here and let's set this to constant. Copy this, paste it here. We need to await the result dot response or text. Yeah, so it's supposed to do. It's supposed to get wait for the response and get gets out. And once you get the text, you need to set the value. Now I'm going to set as a valid this. I'm going to just get the index. I just copy and paste this and just set it to the on editor change. Sorry. And if you have any error, I'm just going to console the error here and notify the user. So I'm going to say finally set going to false. So let's attach this to the button here. And let's just remove this and this. So we are done with this. So we're going to head over to experience form and let's copy the name here and let's go to experience form. And where we did the method the work summary, let's go down there. Yeah. Okay. So just click this, open this, and let's import this from our components. And let's put our job title so equals to item dot title. We're going to have initial is to be item dot work, which is going to be an empty string. And we're going to have unchanged editor is going to give us the value string, and we're just going to get this out of it. And let's say handle editor, which we're going to work on now. Value work summary and index. Let's save that. Let's copy this and we're going to go over here and let's work on it. So we're going to work on it here. So this is just going to be the same thing with I'm just going to say handle. I think it's the same thing with the unchanged. We have the index. It's the same thing with this. Okay, it's because we are using targets here, so I don't want to use that. So we're going to get value a string. We're going to get name a string index dot number. And let's just so we're just going to copy the same thing we have here. Let's paste it here. So now the error should stop and we should be done with this. So it's just remaining the unsubmit handler, and we can just work on that sharply. So I'm just going to quickly let's set this. So on submit, you don't need to even use the callback. Let me just set the on submit here. So our form. Place this on the submit. And inside here, we can just simply do exactly what we did before. So I'm just going to do, let's get our thumbnail. Instance thumbnail. This is going to be equal to our weight, generate thumbnail from helper, constant, which is just going to be the same thing with what we have in summary here. I'm just going to copy that from summary and paste that here. I'm just going to, let's say, yeah. So if this is, so now we're just going to simply, let's go ahead and just get the API. So we're going to drag this, copy this out onto experience, and let's just paste it here. So let's just import the toast. I just change this to experience. Updated successfully. And go to update experience. And let's also update this here. We're going to change this to, let's remove this here. Experience. This is going to be experience list. And let's pass experience list here. I can also pass the resume info here. Resume info here too. So we are done with the experience. Let's go ahead and paste it out. Let's just click on this. Let's refresh. And let me just go to the dummy data we had before. And let's just quickly get some experience from this. So I'm just going to copy this and just add it. So it's still loading. Let's click on it. We need to also disable this once it's loading. So let's wait for it to load our endpoint to load completely. Yeah, I think it has loaded completely. So let's just go next. So yeah, I'm just going to put the title, company, state, and city. Let's just start CA. And end dates. We need to also change this to dates. End date type. Yeah, let's just pick any date here. I just pick any dates here. And if you look at it is showing here properly. So now let's click on let's inspect, and let's be sure that it's work out for us. So let's just click on this, and we should see result hopefully. So I think we're not seeing any results here. So let's go over to our editor and let's console the results. So I'm just going to just console this here. Let me console the response text. And let's also console the JSON. Let's be sure that everything is well. Replace this. So let's try it again and see. Let me run this. So we can see that it's having, okay, it has an array. So let me see why it is showing that, why it's not returning the string the file. Let's remove this. Let's try it again. Oh, that's my experience. Let's just create and let's try it again. Oh, sorry, we made a mistake here. Additional is repairs. That should be PS. Let's save it. Suppose the bracket, the square, the array there, and it should work now. So we made a mistake there. Let's just put click on issue. We should, string replace. So we are having issue here. String dot. String is not a function. So getting the appears this. Mm-hmm. It's not working. Why is it returning them in like this? Let me see. 7 bullet points. HTML string. So let's check this again. Let's try this again. So I'm just going to put a title and let's just click the title and let's just click on it. So now it's working, it's working, it's working. So I think I had to refresh to get the update. So it's working properly now. You can see, but it's not listing them. Yeah. So in order for us to get this listening, we need to add a style in our global.css. So I found this from the documentation. I was asked to add, we need to add in some classes here. So inside the global.css, let's see if it works. So let me just click on this. And I'm going to just bring in some classes here. You can just look at it. So I'm just going to put it here. Let's also remove this font here and let's just set this to set height here and HTML. And let's just change this to height 100%. So let's see. Yeah, we can see so you can see it here. So you have to add this to get this to show. So our editor is working properly. So let me just go ahead and remove all those all those comments. So let's go back and continue and test our endpoint. So I'm just going to go back to the dummy. Dummy.cs and let's add Microsoft and then other information here. So let's add a state. Let's add some dates. Let's add this, and let's add more. You can add more or just add that to front end. You can even set that to Next.js or React front end, anyone you want. So I'm just going to Facebook. And city is going to be, my city is going to be Mellow Park. State is going to be CA. And I also randomly choose a date here. Let's just choose a date here. Let's just use 30 here. Let's generate for front end. Yeah. So now experience building, engaging, interface, HTML, CSS, React. So we have to experience. So now let's inspect. If we look here, we should see it's showing properly. So let me just inspect and let's save this and see that everything works fine. Click on network. Let's save changes. Now we should see that we should open experience and we should see this experience the second time. So let's hopefully that it works. So go to endpoints API and let's be sure that it's worked. So it has updated the experience successfully. Let's be sure that it works. So let me go to my database. Where is my database? So let me just open Vercel and check that here. Yeah, let me just open that and just confirm that. Let's check with it here actually work for the experience looping and everything. So I'm going to be sure for that. So let's wait for some minute for it to load. Then we should come back. So it has load. Let me just select storage. And let me wait for that too. So let's click on the database. And yeah, let's just select data. Okay. Let's select experience and you see that it didn't work. Let's check. This is documents here. You can see it didn't work. It didn't update the experience. Experience didn't work. So we need to check this and be sure that it's supposed to work. Why didn't it work? So we check if this is an array. Yeah. And we confirm that the experience table. Okay. So I think we've tried a different approach. So I'm just going to move this and let's just say data here. And let me just replace this to data instead. Just remove this. So we just have one place. So here I'm just going to set this to ID. And I'm going to say, let's say it's data. So I'm going to check if ID not equals to undefined. And yeah, so it stopped the error. So now we are checking that if it's not defined and it has it, then we can query the database and update the data else to insert. So we're going to do that. For that, let's just go ahead and test this. I'm just going to come here, save this, and we should be a document. Let's go back to the code. And I think we've moved to education page. Let's go back to, yeah, so hopefully it didn't remove. So let's try and save again, and then we should see the changes. So we should wait for it to go through, and then let's try and see. So let's wait for a while for it to. So now it has going through. Let's check our DB. Uh, Let me open that back. And let's try and see if it went through. Why is it not clicking? So let me select data. Yeah, and let's click on experience. And we can see that it is created here. So you can see the document ID, the ID, and it will work correctly. So this work very, very well. So this works. So let's go ahead and just update it for education here, and also for this. So I'm just going to remove this here. Now let me just save this. Let's also move this up here. Let's set this to data. Copy that, replace this here, and replace it here too. And then let's just remove this too. So yeah, we're going to change this to ID. And let's say ID is not equals to undefined. So I should fix that. So let's do that for us. Skills. I'm just going to remove that. Okay, save. Let's move that up and set it to data. And let's just replace this here. Replace this here. And let's just say so ID. And let's say ID is not equals to define. Yeah. So let's remove this. So I think we even need to also check let's even remove error if they still not return any data. Said it didn't go through. But we don't need we need to also look through this, so we can focus on that. So let's go ahead and look at our code, our project now. So we can let's look at the endpoints that is calling. So if we load this page, you should be able to see the document. So let's click on documents, ID preview, and we should be able to see the response. So let's just click on experience. Where's experience here? While we wait for this to load. Yeah, so it has come through. So we can look at here and we can see the information, and now we can see the experience here ID. We have the ID, we have the doc ID here. Great, great, great. So we need to also let me console the resume form to be sure that that the ID is inside the experience. Let's go into the experience. because we need the ID now that it is already existing. So I'm just going to um let's just console this here. Console dot log experience list. Let's see. This is true. Yeah, we can see the ID and the doc ID here. So this is great. So we set doc ID and doc ID, and if we try to add a new resume, a new form, we should see undefined. This is brilliant. This is great. This is great. This is great. So now let's just remove this. And so we are done with the experience. We're going to go ahead and work on the education. So let me just go to the next and let's work on education. So set up a education form. Let's go into the resume form and we're going to just paste this here. So this is going to be an index, active form index for education form. I'm going to save that and let's go ahead and create the component. So inside form folder, I'm just going to create this file and I put .txt press enter and let's do our FC to create the boilerplate code for education form. And inside the resume form, I'm just going to quickly import that. So let's import this. So now I'm just going to close this and inside education of experience, I'm just going to copy this entire stuff here. Let's just copy everything like this. And let's go here and then paste it. So education and experience are more like the same. I'm just going to import that and we're going to quickly create the initial state here. So I'm just going to hold this up on this and just going to paste this here. So I'm just going to put ID here, ID undefined, and then doc ID undefined. So we're having post comma. So ID, university, start date, end date, degree, major, and then description. So let's save that, and we are going to also do the same thing we did for experience here. So this same we check here, we did here. We want to do it for education. I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to paste that here. So make sure to import the use state. So then just come back here and let's just copy this. I'm just going to paste that here. And let's just import this from React. Get education. Let's just paste this and let's change this to education. And paste this here. So we've set that. So next we're going to do is to create the let's just we go ahead and just we're going to just get most of the things we did here. So I'm just going to just take it one after the other. Copy this and let's go into education and let's just paste it here. And let's copy education here, set education, and let's just replace that with it. And yeah, I'm just going to change it to education. Education list. So let's just do that here. That's that. And we've done the unchange. Let's just close this down for now. And we just have the new add new experience. Just copy the add new experience and come into our education and just say add new education. So let's go up here and copy get the set education list and just replace that with this. And get education list and just replace that with this here. So that is it. we'll go again and click the remove um, experience, and that's all. Let's do that here for update too. Let's just change this to education. Change this to education. And let's just get education list here. And let's just get the set education list and just put it here. Let's change this to education too. So they are all the same. So updated education. Let's see. Yes, please. So now we are done with that. We just go straight here. I'll just copy the this entire code here. Come back here and let's just remove this. So I just press form and then last div. And on submit, we just create that for here. For instance, we just say this is just equals to, yeah. So you can set it like that. And let's just go ahead of clear the div. So now we're just going to do the same thing. Education list. This is just going to be dot map. Let's say item index. Let's just open this and let's set a div positive key is equals to index. Save that and we just say div. Let's close this div and let's have our class name, which is going to be relative read columns. So let me just open here and then let me just say MB5. We're going to also add PT4 and gap. So here let's just get the button. I'm going to do more of copying in place. Let's see, and I'm going to change this to education list, and let's import the button. Let's also import uh the and let's just get remove education and replace this with remove education. So this is just the same thing with so similar to what we have in experience. I'm just going to save that and just keep click on this and just go to next. And we should change the title. We also forget that. Let's set this to education. And let's just say add your education detail. So let's go ahead and work on the form. So it's just going to be similar to what we have here. It's going to be a div the class name, plus a div, and this is just going to have column span. So let's set our label on UI components and let's just put class name, text small, university name, and And we're going to come here and let's import the inputs from this set is, let's just say name, university name, placeholder, required value, item at university name, else empty string, then unchange. I'm going to just say any, let's just do this, handle change, item, reserve e slash index. Yeah. So let's copy this and let's say for degree. So for degree, we're not going to add this colon span. Let's just change this to degree. Let me set this to degree. Let's select degree. And let's just copy this, paste it again. And we're going to have our major. And let's just set here to major. Set it to major. Save that. Let's just copy it again. Paste it again. And we're just going to simply have start date. And it's just going to be start date. And let's set type to date. Let's change this to start date. And let's just copy this. Paste it down. End date. And date. So, and the last thing we're going to also have now is a description. So let's just, if this is going to also have a div here. So let me just paste this here. Save this and let's just import this. I'm going to use text area. We didn't install text area, so let's see the UI. I don't think we installed text area. Yeah, we installed text area. So let's just say text area. Yeah, it's just come. So we are done with this. We just get the button again that we did here. I'm just going to just copy this for education, and then it's going to be in the last div. Is that changes to education. I'm going to say to add no education, import this, and just set this to education. So once you save that, we are just going to get the endpoints which we use from experience. So I'm just going to go to the top, and I'm going to like get the API to update, and make sure to import that on the document. And the last thing we're going to do is to just get the save changes. I'm just going to go here to our experience, and let's copy this and let's paste it there. So we're going to paste it inside here. And let's import the loader. So I'm just going to say this is disabled once it is loading. And this should be disabled once it is loading. So now you see on submit, and the submit is going to also be the same thing with experience, just to reduce time. It's going to paste it, and we are just going to import the callback, import the generate thumbnail, and this is going to be education, and let's say experience. Oh, sorry, education list. Let's import the post. Let's set it to education. Let's set it to education. Let's change the education list. So I think we are done with this. Yeah, we're done with the education. So let's test it out. Click on next, click on next, click on next. And I'm going to go over to my dummy. And let me just get some educational content there. So I'm just going to open this, close this experience, and let's open educations. Let's just copy this. This is here. Degree, master, major computer science. I just pick any date you prefer. Just pick any date here. And I'm just going to get the description here. And I'm just press that. Let's add new education. I'll say University of California. Let's paste this inside here. Degree, not master, bachelor's, major, still computer science. Let's just pick any date. Pick any date. And I'm just going to copy this. Let's paste this. And now let's submit and see that it went through. I'm going to inspect and then let me click on network tab. Let's save changes. So you should add the two education to our DB. So it has added the education. And now if you have moved to the next. So let's just check our DB and be sure that it went through. So I'm just going to open our database and let's just click on this education and we can see the two university in here. So let's go back, post this. So it's remaining this queue. So before we go this queue, let's check our homepage and look at the thumbnail that has been generated. And we can see that the thumbnail is being generated for us. Great. So let's go into there back and kind of get back to the education, and we can see the content is coming through for both education and experience. Then we're just going to work on the skills which is going to be the last form we're going to work on. So let's work on. So for the skills, we're just going to go into the resume form and let's scroll below resume form. And we're going to add the last address skills one, which does not have we don't pass any next to it. So let's just create this RASCE and let's go ahead and import it. Yeah, so inside the skills, we're going to do similar to what we did in education. I'm just going to set the initial state here for skills, and we're just going to get the uh, we're just going to get the resume info context. Let's import that. So, oh, sorry, not resume info context, resume context, and going to import. Yeah. So we're going to also do the use effects which we did for the education. Is similar to this. I'm just going to import use effects on React. So resume info, structure it and set it. This is just similar to what we have here. Then the unchange is going to be the same thing. I also have handle change. The handle change is just going to be the same thing here too. Handle change, you pass the value. If you follow us in the education, you see it's the same thing here. So here we pass the value. So within the handle change, we're not using a because we're not using inputs. We're using a separate component that gives us the value. So the value is either string or number. We pass the name of the string, name string index, and we just set it to the value just like it's here. And we're just going to add and remove the skills, which you're going to also do here too. Add and remove them. So let's go ahead and work on the holiday. So inside here, I'm just going to see the same thing with what we have in education here and experience, just the same flow. I'm just going to get that here. Just and let me just set this to just get the uh let's just get this and let's import the use callback from React. So for this, we're just going to we're going to look through for American food. Get the same. So let me just make this. So it's just similar to what we have in education. I'm just going to do that here. And we're going to now look through the skill sets. I'm just going to do that here. Let's just close this and do yeah. So let's add the button to remove uh so we check if let's just import the button. Let's import the X from the React. And the inputs we're going to use is very simple. Just one input So we're just going to have only one input, and this input is just going to be from UI label and import. Uh, so we're using the same handle change for our passing a value name and index. So we're going to use it for a separate component, which we are going to install later on. So inside here, we are going to just call this rating. So here we just pass the value rating and index here to the value name and index. So we set this. So now let's go ahead and install the components which we are going to use. So I'm going to let's look at our GitHub if I add it there. So the name of the component is just so it's going to be called, let me see here whether I put it inside here. So this is the component here. We are creating from this summation everything. So you can see the installation and the example here. The post CSS and the value, and then so let's install that. I'm going to cancel my server, and then it's 10 p.m. So follow me. I'm going to install a particular version at 1.5 1.5.0. So let's add this here, and inside the skills here, let's wait for it to install. So let's run our server. Inside skills, we're just going to get it and import that too. So you're going to do exactly what they said here. Let me move this up. Let me move this up too. So if you look at the documentation here, you can see we're asked to import this. So I'm just going to get this from down here and paste it. So yeah, so it has stopped the um error issue. So what I did here was set maximum with 120, disable if not name. So I don't want you to set rating if you've not added any name, value like this. So below here, remember we're going to just do get our button that will add more field. So I'm just going to add that here. This is how it look like. It's the same thing with the one in experience. I'm just going to say plus, import plus. So yeah, just say 15. You can increase it to any amount you want. Then we're just going to set done. Yeah, save and that's it done. So let's import loader. So let's just break this down, break this down. So you can see it's just the same thing with the one we have in experience. Button type submit. Here we set a type to button, and I'm going to also set disable. Um, so we are done with this. So the last thing we are going to do is the submit. So I'm just going to update this to this. And let's just import this from helper and import toast from the hook. So stopping prevent default generating the thumbnail, we are not increasing, we're setting it back to 1, passing in thumbnail, setting the skill sets skills. which we have here, and we are going to just say skills updated, that's field skill. So you can see that anytime we make changes, we update the resume info. So let's save this, and now we should see it. Let's go to field. Let's refresh. Let's navigate to there. Yeah, let's refresh. I think this is not updated. This was not updated. So you should get the rating now. Let's look. Let's see if it's clear. Okay. So let's wait for it to load completely. Then we can navigate to the rating. So let's go. Let's click next. Next. So yeah, we did a mistake here. So we did a mistake here. So let's go over here. It's supposed to show flex one. Okay. I see. So we need to add a div that wrap this. So we're going to add a div. So just here, we're just going to add a div here. And this div is just going to be, yeah. So we're not using grid here, we're using flex. So I'm just going to move everything up. Save that. Let me drag it here. Break this. So flex and center justify between margin bottom 5, B4 and gap. Save that, and yeah, we should see it here. So this is it. We already have that. So let's set our, so let's go into the dummy, get skills here from our dummy. Let's just put React. Let's put 5. Let's put subscribe. Spiral. Let's put 2. Let's put scripts. Let's put 4. Let's put let's change the story. Let's put node.js. Let's put you should see it here. So it's remaining one. I'm just going to put Python here. And let's put Python. Node.js. Node.js, we didn't set any value for Node.js. Let's just put 3 for Node.js. And the last one, let's put GraphQL. I'm going to say 2 for GraphQL. So now we are done. Let's just inspect and save, and let's save changes. Let's see skills. This is going to take small time because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 record. Oh, that's going through. Great. So now we are done with the form. And if I go back to home, we can see this. So if I click on this and I scroll down, you can see everything's coming out the right way. Click on next, and now you can see this like this. So this is it for the form. So we're going to go ahead and work on the making this to save and other like the theme preview mode, then generating the PDF and shareable link, and then trash in. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's just click on here and create new resume. This blank. So let's just go ahead and work on. So to complete the resume title, I'm just going to go over to where we have the components for resume title. I'm just going to scroll up to common and just select resume title. So here we're going to complete this and add our endpoint, which we're going to is going to update the resume title once we make changes. So to do that, I'm just going to come to this place and let's bring in we've set the state already. So now the only thing that's going to be left is to need to complete this. So we've done this part and we've done this part. So we've be able to complete this inside this component. So let's go outside the resume title and so let's set this loading. We didn't make use of the loading. So I'm just going to come down here and let's use the loading. I'm just going to update that to check if we're in archive, we're just going to use say if loading and if status is equal to archive. So set it to false and use true. And also we're going to do the same thing for here. I'm just going to put comma here and let's just open this. And we're just going to set this to opacity is going to be null when so opacity is going to be 70 and pointed event null when loading is equal to true or status is equal to archive. So that is it for that. So I'm just I think we're done with that. Let's just go to the top section and let's see where we call the endpoint. So I think it's here I call the endpoint here. So let's go ahead and import the endpoint in order to get this endpoint here. The update API. So make sure to import that. And we're going to also get the loading and the updates function from here. We're going to get the loading and update. So we're going to pass the loading into the file2. So I'm just going to get the loading here. And where's the title? Set it here. And we're going to also send if it's pending. So loading. So if it's pending and here we're going to create a function that's taking the value. So I'm going to call it handle title. Highest handle title. And okay, you need to add comma here. So here I just want to put let's say constant handle title is going to be equals to use callback. Let's just set this to string. And let's just set this by this. So let's save that and then make sure to import the use callback from React. Okay. Let's put into this time. Okay, yeah, I'll stop. So I'm just going to say if okay, if I don't think we need to even use if. So let me just stop here first and let's do the if title is equals to on title resume. There's no point calling the endpoint. Let's just return this. And there's no title at all. You will not call the endpoint. So once that, let's just update. So let's just put updates. Let's just the structure our resume info, and inside we're going to put title. Title. I think it's complaining because resume info can be undefined. So maybe I can do it like this. Uh, okay, let's just check this. If resume info, we are going to also if resume, let's just it should work. But if there's title, there's no point. So we've checked already that if there's title, if there's no title, it's going to return. So I'm just going to also check that it does not block the mutation that we're going to carry out. I'm just going to update only the title here, and this I'm going to open here. I'm going to put title to title here, and I'm going to just success is going to open this here. Oh, sorry. I need to open different parentheses there. And on success, we're just going to, as usual, going to call our toast here, which we specify title success, and we need to import those from our UI component function to UI. Why is it not showing? So let's go ahead and then work on the with error. Error is also going to also just why the same thing. It's just similar to the one we added for a form. I'm just going to try and see if it's import now from our hook. Now we should see that everything here. So I'm just going to set here to resume info, updates on updates, and yeah, this is okay. And I think we are done with this. Oh yes, let's set this the handle title to. Let's copy the end title inside here. So we have set the title value to handle title here. So let's just save this and let's try it out. So I'm just going to inspect and let's be sure everything is set title and okay. So let's if I'm going to change this into um backend resume with an emoji using screen emoji of developer. Let's just press enter and we should see that it's calling the endpoint. I see the payload. We can see the payload here. And if you immediately save this title to let's see why is it taking time. If you wait for it to just update. So probably if you prefer to separate endpoints, you can separate that. It's not a problem. But I just wanted to use one endpoint for everywhere. So I'm just going to go back to the home page. And I'm going to And we can see that the backend, the title has changed from the untitled resume to the background resume. And if we preview this in a larger screen, so I'm just going to go to a larger screen. And here, if you go to the cvbuild.ai, we should wait for it to load. Now it's taking time to load. Okay, yeah. So it does not completely. And if you click on this, um, any of the resume, yeah. So if you see a title, we change here. So if you wait for some seconds for it to load completely, and we should see the response now. And so it doesn't. So you can see backend resume, and you can change the title if you want. So we should also check if the title is the same thing with the one in the resume info. There's no point calling the endpoint. So the endpoint does not just every time. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, or probably you can work on that too. So let's just go ahead and work on the theme color, which is going to be the next thing we're going to implement. Yeah, and from the theme color, we are just going to work on the preview mode. So let's go ahead and work on the theme color. So to implement the theme color, we're just going to go ahead and create a component. So I'm just going to put the component here. Let's call it theme color. So I'm going to create a component inside our common folder. There's a theme color dot cxx race to create a boilerplate code, and let's just import the theme color into inside our top section. So theme color here, and there I'm just going to bring in some color which you can get from the GitHub link. Just go into the common section and the top section, and then click on the theme color, so you can get the theme colors here, which I'm going to paste here, or you can paste that in a constant folder or constant file, which is the best way to do that. You just create a constant folder here and you just create a file called colors and put it there. So for now, I'm just going to leave it here. And as usual, let's just import our resume info, and let me just close this. I'll be bringing our resume info, and then I will update documents here. So let's just update this, save this, and let's bring in the use resume info. Okay, let's see. Oh, sorry, this should be use resume context, not use resume info context. So I'm just going to import this, and we are going to create a use state that takes in the initial um, color, the initial theme color. Remember that we set it in inside the helper. So I'm just going to import this. Let me just import it right up here. So use states, let's just import use states, and let's just import the initial color. I thought we set the initial color before. So I'm just going to go down to this place. Let's just create a constant folder to hold that. So I'm going to say constant, and here I'm just going to put colors. Let's see cx, and inside here I'm just going to put initial color. Let's just set that to constant. Initial color is going to be Um, so I'm just going to get a color for us. So I'm just going to put it here. Let me check inside the folder helper if I set, okay, yeah, I set it here. So you can see that I set it here. So I'm just going to just copy that. There's no point adding it here because I've added it to so many places. Inside, I'll just get the colors from the um, theme colors and just bring it inside here. So let me just get the colors and just set it here. And I'm going to change these to colors or theme colors. So I just set this like this here, and if you go back and just export this, so you can just export this. You can call this theme color. And you can also export this. So this is the normal way of doing it. So for now, let's just go ahead and continue what we're doing inside the component, inside the common, select the theme color, and let's just import this from helper no constant follower. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create our components. So let's just scroll down here. So what we're going to use here, we're going to use popover. I'm just going to open this and then let's just call popover. And this should come from the function to UI. Yeah, and should import this from the component UI, not from Redux UI. And let's just import popover the trigger from component UI out to Redux UI. Make sure you check that. And we're going to set this to as child. And inside here, we're going to set a button from our UI component. And inside here, we're going to let's put a class, a variant of we're going to say this variant of, I think we're going to say secondary. Let's say secondary. And we're going to also disable this button once you are in archive mode. So I'm going to change this to status, which is going to be, let's get that from resume info plus status. If this is equals to archive, set it to true, else false. For now, let's set our class name for this button. We're just going to set the button to background white, visual white, and we're going to also say border gap 1, dark bg gray 800. We're going to set this to not with 10, important with 10. We're going to set that to p2. Then we're going to also have a large. We're going to just say width octa. And the large, we're going to just say it to p4. Oh, we've already said that already. I think, yeah. Okay, we set here to p2 and p4. So that's it. So inside the button, we are going to just have a div, and this is going to have a class name. We're going to have flex item center. tab 1. I'm going to say icon from Lucy React. Let's set that to size 17. Save that. We're going to open a span tag, to the class of hidden and large flex. And here we're going to set theme. And below that, we're going to add in a different icon here, which is coming from Lucy React. Let's make sure we import that here. Lucy React. Yeah, let's just import that from Lucy React. And below the trigger, we're going to have popover context from our UI. And let's say align to start. Let's say class name BG background. So we're going to set an H2 here, and the H2 is going to we're going to set an H2 tag which is going to be basically maximum bottom, margin bottom 2 x small font bold. And let's just save this. Then we're going to set a grid which is going to hold a color. So now let's look through the colors. Dot map item index. So I'm just going to set this to number here. Let me just set a div. So this is just going to be number. Item is going to be string. So let's put a div. Save that. And this is just going to take in the key of index. And we're going to have on click. So let's just set this to row button. Merge. Yeah, we're going to just set this. Let's just put on color. Select. Let's pass the item. Let me just set this. And the error should stop. Let's just have a class name. And this class name, we're going to have open a parenthesis and going to put h5 88 100 5 pixel. So we're going to just open that, and then we are going to also have over border black. Set border. That is it. So here we're going to just check. Let's just open a space here. And let's just put it around and say a selected color is equals to item. We are going to set this to border black. Yeah. So then yeah, let's come down here. You just remove this and just put this like this. I just put style. It's going to be background color of item. And let's just create this component immediately. So we just say constants and select is equals to use callback color string. And we're going to set selected color to color. And let's import the use callback from React. So here we're going to say if not resume info return updates. We're going to have dot resume info team color, which is going to be equals to the color. So let's just put resume info here, and updates. So that is it. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to have a function that is going to be called to call the endpoint. So I'm just going to call that here. So on save is just going to check if the selected value and get the thumbnail. So it's just simple. I'm just going to check if selected color, which is here. If not selected color, return. And again, if selected color is equals to the initial team color, there's no point calling the endpoint. So I'm just going to import this, and it's going to simply call our API to, which is just the same thing we've always been doing since. I'm just going to import the toast. It is going to take a theme color, selected color, thumbnail. So here we're just going to set our theme color so it's get the updated value. So I'm just going to import this. Why is this not working? Yeah. Yes. So let's check the if something's wrong somewhere. Okay, yeah. Let's save that and let's click on one this and back then resume. Oh no, I should see that it's here. Now we should see our team here. Our team collection here. Let's make that thing visible. I'm just going to just set this to for now. Let's just set this to flex, and then the button is having okay, yeah. Then this we need to remove this. Once I click on this, you should see the theme color here. And if I select anyone, it's not updating. Okay, yeah, it's updating. You can see there. You can see the theme color is updating. instantly. So you can pick anyone you prefer. Like this color is okay. So now when we select any color, we need to save that to the DB. So I'm just going to call the endpoint to do that. So for the endpoints, we're just going to use save. And the way I want to do it, I don't want to put the unsave attached to color select, so it does not trigger the API all the time. So what I want to do is to use a use effect. Then I'm going to create a hook. So let's just set this here. We see constant, the bounce color, which is going to be equals to use the bounce, and the bounce is just going to be taking a string here, and we're going to just open this to set this to selected color. And we're going to give it a delay of 1000. So let's go to the hook and create this component. So we're going to just create this hook. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my folder, and below here we're just going to call this, let's call this use hook, use the bounce .tx. So RASCE, let's replace this with the use the bounce hook, and let's just remove anything weird. So I'm just going to set this to, let's say it's to t value. So value can be anything. It's not tied to string, or delay must be a number. Sorry, mistake here. See. So now we're just going to call a use state, and then so use state is going to be the bound value. The bound value, let's just import the use states from, we're going to pass the value, and then we're going to just create a use effect. I'll call this, let's return out, and let's save this. So what this will do, we're going to set a timer that we delay this. I'm just going to set handler set timer with the set value to value with delay. And once that is over, we're going to just reset the clean up the timer once the delay has expired. Once you've called the function, we just clear the handler. And here we just put our value. It's very simple, and the delay, I just want to set it to the bounce value here. And that is it. So let's go over to our theme color, import this from our hook, and save that. So the last thing we're going to do, we're going to create a use effect that is going to we're going to use to call this. I'm just going to say set this like this, and then we'll say use effect the bounce color. Once the event is available, you save, and we set it like this. So let's check use effect is here. Save that. And anytime we make changes to the color, you should save. So I'm going to save this, and now let's test it out. So I'm just going to wait for it to load the mount. Once we load completely, we'll be able to open it. So let's wait for some minutes to load. Some seconds, like load, and it's load completely now. Now it has loaded, and let's select a different theme here. I'm going to pick this. Let me pick a different color so it will be visible. or let me just pick this one and let's click, and we should see API update. So let me inspect. Oh yeah, we can see team updated successfully. And once we go back to home and it loads, and now we should see that the resume has changed. So you can see team color here is showing red and the resume is showing red. So this is beautiful. So let's go ahead and work on the preview mode because we're done with the team. So we're going to work on the preview mode where we be able to review the resume. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the preview mode. So to start with that, I'm going to quickly go into so yeah, let's go into the components. So inside the component, I'm going to create the preview model. So I'm going to just say yeah, preview model .txx, and this is RAFCE, or we can create it inside the common. I want to put that inside the um, top section. Let's just import that from, we can just move this inside here. We can move it if we want. So I'm just going to import that. Let's import this some review. And we're going to go into the review model, and let's just open this here and let's use dialog. So let me just remove this. Dialog from component UI dialog. So we're going to also create dialog again. Dialog trigger from component UI. And we're going to set this as stride. And I'm going to just create button. So we're going to so let's go into the theme color. We're going to take the same button here, just the same thing we had here, and also the the resume info. So go into this place and then let's paste this here. Remove the on update, and let's import the use resume context. So here I'm just going to paste the button which I copied from there, and here we're going to change this to I from Lucy React, and we're going to also import this. So I'm just going to remove this too. Let's remove this. Sorry, let me just remove this. And now we can see the button here. So everything is the same thing. So I'm just going to change this from team to preview, and let's save that. We should see the button. Let's make sure our server is running, and let me reload. Oh, let's just work on the context dialog first. So let's import the dialog from Shanty UI, and I'm going to add the class here. So let's add class here, class name, which is going to be that. So let me just move this mouse here, and you're going to just say small. We should have maximum width for XL be 0, we're going to have maximum height of from 90 VH, and on large screen, large, we're going to have maximum height of 95 VH. So we're going to have overflow Y auto. So now inside the content, we're going to set the header, and for the header, we are just going to set dialog header from the component UI with a class name of let's say important B0 padding bottom, and we're going to have margin 0, and we're going to set this to sticky. So the position is sticky, top 0, and we're going to set a backdrop of floor. We're going to have BG white, and on dark mode we're going to have BG black, and which we're going to give it an opacity of 50 and 80. I'm going to set index of 1. I think it's 10. 1 doesn't exist, so let's give it 10. So let me just break this here. And we are done with that. So we are just going to, inside the dialog header, we're going to create dialog title. Title from our UI components. We're going to set a class name, which is going to be, let me just move this up here, and we're going to give this a flex, item center, tab 1, then text 20 pixel, PT2, PX3, font semi-bold, opacity of 100, opacity 100. Then we're going to set this to file text from Lucy React. Let me just put class here. And I'm going to set this to stroke primary. And I'm going to give this this at the top. Let me just bring this down. Put size. Size is going to be 20 pixel. And let's just save that. And then we're going to set the title from a resume title here. We're going to just get the title here, and you set that. You can remove this. So resume info title. And we're done with the dialog title, our header. You can just come down and let's set let's do a div. This is going to hold the content. I'm going to say widthful, heightful, px3, and pb4. And here we're going to import resume preview. Let's just import that and save. So let's reload our document and see the preview. We can see the preview button here. And we're going to wait for it to load. Once it's loading, so I'm just going to, we can also set its loading here. and disable the button when it is loading. You can set disable when it is loading. So you should see, let me do not. So you should see that it should be disabled when it's loading here. So we can also do that on team. So if we look at it now, and once we click on preview, if we see the preview mode here, and if we try to preview it on the preview dialog, we should see it here. Let me just refresh this, and let's click on preview. Let's wait for it to load. And once it load, let's click on preview. We can see it here looking. It's looking very so. And on dark mode, you can see it like this. So let's look great. You can also decide to change the color of the icon once the theme changes. Also, here you can change the entire this into to use the magic color, but I'm going with this. So the next thing we're going to work on, the download functionality for the resume. So let's go ahead and work on download. So to begin to work on the resume download functionality, I will just go back to projects, and let's come to this. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go over to let's go over to our top section, and we're going to create a component which we're going to use to handle the download. So I'm just going to call the component download, and let's come down here, and inside here, let's just see download tx, and let's do RASC to create a boilerplate code, and let's go back here, and let's call our download button for download components, and I'm going to pass in some free prop here. I'm going to just pass in the title, which is going to be the resume info title, and I'm going to also pass in, we can set this to untitled title resume, and we are going to also pass in the status, which is going to have the resume info, your status. I'm going to also pass in its loading, which is just going to be its loading. And I'm just going to get loading from the, let's see, okay, it's loading is here. So let's just go into the components, and let's create our interface to that. So I'm just going to put the prop here. We're going to say prop, and also pass in the value here. I'm going to just import the status type from the resume type. If you go into here, you should see status typing. We did it here. Then, so here we're going to just destructure the props. I'm just going to destroy get title, it's loading, and I'm going to just set this to loading. Or let's just leave it like this here. I'm going to just bring in the status, save that, and here we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to just get the button. This is just going to render only a button. So as usual, just go into your theme color components, and let's just grab the button. Let's grab the same button we're going to use. I'm going to just paste it here. I'm just going to remove this resume info. And let's import the button from UI components. And here we're going to just call this download cloud icon from Lucy React, and let's just remove this. And here we are just going to set this loading Once it is loading, let's just say it's loading there, and let's disable. And once that is, then we're going to create the use state. I'm just going to call this it's loading. Or let's just say because we're loading and set loading. This is just going to be equals to use state hook from React, and here just set this to false by default. So loading is going to be, you're going to open this here. We're going to put loading. Once it is loading, I'm just going to set this to question mark generating PDF, and I'm going to just put download resume. So I think that is it. So now let's get our undo download button. So I'm just going to constant download button here. Just scroll back. So we're going to set, I don't think we're going to set this to true yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and get the resume element from where we had where we labeled the preview mode. So remember we have preview, resume preview ID. If you go into the preview, you should see that we set this ID here. So we're going to get the ID here, and the ID might not be available. So we should check if not resume element, you can just set a toast and then return, or you can just return that here. So we can't retrieve the element, so we can't be able to download this. Can't be able to do anything here. So now I'm just going to quickly say constant file name, which is equals to format by, yeah. So we're going to pass the title. So we need to be able to format the file name so the file name does not have so many spaces in between, and that will disrupt the question. Let me just change this to light mode. So we are going to go ahead and create the file name, the format file name in our lib folder. So I'm just going to go into let's click on it and let's go into helpful helper. Let me just search for helper. Let me just close this, and let's just do export constant format file name, which is going to take in the title, which is going to be a string. Now we are going to set this to, you're going to also ask passing so here we're going to also say use hyphen. It's going to be a boolean. We're going to set that to true. So let's just done. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to say constant. It is going to be if use hyphen. Then we're going to just set it to this. else we're going to send it to underscore. So let's return title dot trim dot replace and spaces. I'm just going to put in some regular expression. We're going to put this is s plus g. I'm going to put in, and we're going to say plus pdf. So this is how it's going to be plus pdf. So let's go ahead and just import this from our helper file. And once you've imported that, the next thing you're going to do is to use trial cache here. Cache, and inside here we're just going to constant canvas. Constant canvas. This is going to be equal to await html. Let's import this. This is just going to take in the elements. So I'm going to pass in the elements here, resume element. And we're going to set the scale to 2. So we're going to say constant image data. This is going to be used to canvas dot to. So let's set this to async here. Say canvas to data URL, which is going to be image png. So we're going to say constant pdf, which is going to be equal to jspd pdf. So we've not imported this, so I'm just going to go to my GitHub and we've not installed it. Let's look for jspdf. So this is it here. So just copy that and let's confirm that we've not installed it. So I'll just go to my package.json and look at it. I think, okay, yeah, we've already installed it. So let's just go ahead and import that. So to import it, I'm just going to do js at the top. So I'm just move this to the top, move this to the top, and then move our React to the top. And let me just import this here. So JS PDF. So for the JS PDF, I'm just going to set new here. Stop the error. So go to constant image width. This is going to be equals to 2210. So this is A4 size in millimeter. I'm just going to say constant dot page height. This is going to be equals to 295. Now we're going to say constant image height is equal to open canvas dot height plus image width divided by canvas dot width. So we're going to just say let height left be equals to image height. So assign to value and let position equals to 0. So PDF dot add image from our JS image. So we're just going to pass in image data. So where's the image data? So this is the image data. I'm just going to remove this and just put only image data. We're going to set this to PNG. Set this size to 0. Position. So the position is 0. We're going to also set the image width and the image height. So, oh sorry, this should be 0. So if you stop the error on PNG, yeah, should have stopped the error. So I'm just going to say height left is minus equals to page height. So we're going to do a while loop. While loop, we're going to say if height, so height is greater than equals to 0, left height is equals to greater than equals to 0. We're going to say position is equals to height left minus image left, image height, I mean. So this is wrong. Yeah, image height. I will say PDF dot add pages, add page. Then I'm going to say PDF dot add image. You see, you can see the same thing we did here. So I'm going to say height left is equals to page height. And we're going to just get PDF dot save file name dot save dot. So there we're going to just check if any error. Let's just set that. And finally, we're going to say set loading to false. So okay. And now let's set the button, handle button, where to unclick and reset the button. So we're going to go ahead and test it. So we are done with that. So we are done with this. So let's test it out. So this is doing the download format on the client side. So you can also do that on the back end. But for this video, I'm going to do this on the client side here. Because it's more simpler. And let's just update this with the necessary for them. I'm just going to put title here. And let's save this. So if we try to download it, yeah, let's just go to our we should see download disabled. So we are waiting for it to load finish before we click on the download button here. Just wait some seconds and it should load complete. So it does load complete. Now we can see our data is updated. So I'm just going to click on this button here. And so it downloaded the file here. And I'm going to just drag it inside here. Now we should see the PDF. I don't know why it's not showing. It didn't show anything here. So you just show empty PDF. So let's go ahead and do work on this. And let me reload this and see. So it's not working. So let's go back to our code and find the issue. why it's not working. And again, we didn't set the loading to true here. So I'm just going to copy this and let's just put it here to true. So I think something is missing here. I'm just going to look at this, make sure everything, I didn't make any mistake. So resume element, resume preview ID. So let me just confirm that from the preview. Resume preview ID. Let's close this and let's come back here and let me just make sure that is it. And we're going to use await resume elements with scale of 2. We convert this to image.png. We set the PDF 210 page height 25 and canvas height 2 plus image width and canvas width. Then we select left image height left position to 0, PDF image data PNG 0, position image height and image width, and we have height left minus page height. Then this we said if height left, yeah, if height left is greater than equals to 0, greater than equals to 0, we have position height left minus image height. Then we have PDF add pages, PDF add image data PNG 0, position is 0, position is going to be 0 image width and height image, yeah. Then height left minus, oh, so while loop we're going to save the file name. Okay, what's not the issue? Yeah, we are saving it already here. Passing this PDF to image data to 0, add image and then height 0, height left increase this page left 0. So let me just get hold of the issue. So I found the issue. So this was here in your code, you should see plus here. But this is not supposed to be plus, this is supposed to be multiplication. It's supposed to be times. And I think this should be the problem. And let's just also save. Let's also put loading here. So let's test it out. So this is it. I'm going to just click on this. Let's click on this and you see downloading PDF. And I'm going to open this. So let me just drag it because I've downloaded the file. I'm going to just bring it here. You should see it. You should see the PDF file. So I think it break the text. Yeah. So we should be able to bring the height. This past the height of the text. So let's just so we're able to convert the file to PDF already, and we can go ahead and work on the Shareable link so user can be able to share the link to anybody. So before we go over sharing the link, I don't want to use this font. So let's go ahead and change the font for the resume. So I'm just going to go into my layout. So inside my layout, yeah, we just search for that layout for the app here. I'm going to bring in a different open sun. So I'm going to just bring open sun here. And for the open sun, I'm going to import it here. We're not going to use it as class. We're going to just take it as variant and set the variant value to font open sun. It display swap. Well, let me just show this one to you. Alright, let's leave it. I'm just going to comment that first. And let's just copy open sun. And let's come here. And let's say open sun dot variable dot the class. So for the open sun, I'm going to go into my Tailwind config and I'm going to set it as font family here. So let's just set it here as font family. So let me look at this. Let's put on here. Open sound font, open sound. So this is it. So we're going to use this in our so inside my resume component, I'm going to resume preview component. Let me just go to there. First preview. So inside here, we are going to make use of it. So I'm just going to set it here as not font open sound. So I'm going to make sure I check that I'm using it everywhere. So let me just go into my personal info. I'm hoping I didn't put any fonts here, so it's going to make use of it. I'm going to close this. Let me open the summary and increase it. Let me just check it to see if it's reflecting. So let's just refresh this. I think it didn't reflect. So let me just go to layout and then put the. Let me set this like this here. Let's still work. Why is it not working? So let me just set this like this here. The font is not changing. So for the preview, let me just get this like this here and let's set it inside the so let me just look at this. I think this is an open source. So if I try to change this, no, and I save this, you should see that the entire this thing changes. Yeah. So it changes here. So, but if I set it back to Osan, oh yeah, you can see the code now. Everything is set in here properly. So here I think the line height is to jump back. So we can modify it like changing the styling on the styling page and just give it more height or let me just try it. Yeah, you can say I think this is for the phone, this is not for the preview. So for the preview, let's give it let's 15 pixel line height 20 pixel. It's going to work. But this is for number. Let me check experience. Oh, yeah, it worked. You can see the spacing. If added spacing to its line height to UL. So I think that is fine. Now open sound is working. You can also add line height to the summary. So I'm just going to let me try and download it again and then let's see. Let me see how it looks like. We cut this. Let me just release this line height to 18. Let's check our code. Yeah, 18 is okay. 18.5. So let's download it again. So now I think it's better like this. So let's just use this like this. You can just keep on modifying it so it doesn't have issue breaking it. So that's it for the download resume. So let's go ahead and work on the shareable link. Let's set up the sphere link in our top section. So I just go over to the top section components, and here I'm just going to create the component and do this here. And let's just create the components inside the common folder. I'm just going to paste that here. I'm just going to say x share RAFCE import this just, and let's just, you can import share from the share components. Let's go into the share. So let's go into the share here, and inside here it's going to be pretty simple. What we are going to do here is to we're going to actually get the document ID. But before we do that, let's just create the components here first for us to see it's working. So what we're going to do here now is I'm going to just press like this. I'm going to pop over from components UI and make sure to put that there, and let's do pop over trigger from component UI, and here we're just going to also do the same thing, disabled. So let's just get the, let me get the let's go, here is the not resume title. Let's, I just want to get this so let me just go back to the share and let's just import that here. We're not going to use, we're not going to do anything with the on update. So yeah, we're just going to simply check if the like we did in the team color, we're going to just check if this thing is disabled. I mean, if the status is archive, you should disable it. And let's just set here as child. Save that. So you're just going to, let's go into our top section. Let's pick team color, and let's just copy this button. So let's go into share and let's paste it here. Make sure to import the button. And here we're just going to use share icon so it does not clash with our, and here we're going to import this. And we should see the share You should see the share button here. So this is broken because we yeah. So let's also change this to share. Yeah. So if you see this, but because I want to make this thing, so let's go ahead and just fix all this thing on mobile view. So I'm just going to say you can do it that way. You can make them to this to come down here and the title be at the top, or we can let's just pick this one first. Let's see whether that will work for us. So here we can just say enlarge flex row and editable flex column. Alright, oh, not here. I mean, sorry guys, it's not here. It's here. Yeah, I mean, large flex row and flex column. So you can just do like this if you want it, but when it is mobile screen, it might be all together. So I don't want to do it like this. So let me save that. So what I'm going to do is I'll go into each of these components and I'm going to just set this class name. Where is the class name here? I think it's yes. I'm just going to do hidden then large. Then if you see the button has changed, you can do the same thing for share. And if you see the button is changed, you can do the same thing for preview. And this will work. Then we can also do the same thing for then we can set it to icon size. Yeah. So icon. If we set it to icon, it's going to. So let's just go ahead and look at the width of the icon. H9 with 9. So you can just set this. You can also just set here width 9. Oh, sorry, width 9 or small. Then for medium, you just have online, you just have this auto. Sorry, let me get it to width 9. And they should be okay for the preview. You can see it's okay. If we go back to let's do something for same color hidden large flex, and let's just set here to width 9. So width 9 can work for this. You just set this to width just width 9. Yeah, so this is okay. That is okay, yeah, and this is okay. I will also do that too for the download width 9 or minimum width 9. Minimum width okay. So that is better. I think that is better for the mobile view. So let's just go ahead and work on the continue our share. So what I'm going to do here, Let me just remove this for now first. So we can able to see the share button there. And what we're going to have the content here. So it's a pop over content from components. And let's just have a class name of BG background. I think that is for the class align. We're going to have it end. We're going to have align offset 0 and first amounts. So I just set inside here, we're going to just check every info the status if is equals to public. We're going to create a div here. Yeah, else we're going to create a div here. So inside this div, we're going to have mass or space y3. Space y3. And we're going to just have a div here. And this div is going to be a class name. We're going to have flex gap x2 item center. Let me just update this to normal gap. Then I'm going to put globe here. I'm going to import that from Lucy React. We're going to give it a size of 15 pixel. And I'm going to also set this to class name. So the class name is going to be X primary. And we're going to just have animate plus. Let's just close this tab and save this. I'm just going to put this in order. And here we're going to just have a p tag. And the p tag is just going to have a text here. So here I'm going to just put class name, font medium, X small, extra small. We're going to have X primary. So below here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be where we're going to place in the link. We're going to use a flex item center. Let me break this, and we're going to have border rounded. Since this topic rounded left medium. We're going to have PG muted. I'm going to have truncate. Oh no, I think this is the wrong one. This is not it here. We're supposed to have item center, and let's just close this div here. Save this. So inside we're going to have our input tag. We're not going to don't import that from React. For Shanty, UI. We're going to import that from we're going to just use a normal HTML default input. So this one will flex 1, px2, text extra small, border, rounded, that's medium. Then we're going to have h8 height of 8, bg muted, and truncates. So here we're going to put value. Value is going to be URL. So in order to set the URL, we are going to create a hook which we're going to call use origin. So let's go over to our hook and let's create a hook called use origin. .tx. I'm sorry, to x, not txx. Yeah. So RACE. Let's change it. Let's remove the div because this is not. So what we're going to do, we're going to write a use state first. We're going to check if mounted. Say set mounted, which is going to be equal to use state first. And let's just import that from use some. And let's just check constant origin, which is going to be equal to a type of window is not undefined. Then window.location. So we're going to get the origin. And if that is true, the window the location else just get empty string. And we're going to just set use effects for React. I was to set mounted true. And we're going to say if not mounted, there's going to return empty string. And here we're going to just return origin. So we're going to just go ahead and just use this in our code. So I'm just going to make sure. So at the top, we're just going to get that so constant origin. Origin is equals to use origin from our hook. Save that, and we're going to compose our URL. Let's just drag this up. Now we're going to just say constant URL, which is going to be equal to origin, which is going to take to our public. Remember, we created a folder called public here. So we're going to actually create a folder called preview. And we're going to create the document ID. Yeah, so we're going to just create a folder. Let's just do that. Document ID. And the last folder is going to be resume with our page. Let's see X. So this is where we're going to. This is going to be accessible to users that are not signed in. So I'm going to say preview. So I'm going to get the documents. So let's just get the document from constant around, which is equal to use yeah, use params. So let's import that from our next navigation. And You can get a document ID from here, documents ID, which is going to be equals to para dot param dot documents ID string. I just paste that here. I'm gonna put a resume at the end here. So we set the URL. Now let's create the button to copy. So I'm just going to yeah. So beside the input, I'm just going to put button from. This is going to come from transfer. So before we create the buttons, let's just quickly create the components. I'm going to create components here. Copy states. We're going to create the states. Copy copied. It's copied. It's going to be equals to use states from React and set that to false. And here I'm just going to say, I'm going to say, if copied, we're going to show a check. If copied, we're going to say check from Lucy React. We're going to put class name of wait for height 4. And let's say, close that, and let's just we're going to do all. So let me just open this here. I just open this too. And this is just going to be a copy icon from Lucy React with a class name of which for height 4. So let's close that. And now for the button, we're just going to have class name of height is 100 left now, and we're going to also say disabled repeat. Then we need to also add an on-click here. So before we do the on-click, let's go ahead and just work on a separate button. So what is button? So after this div, this button, we have a horizontal line, and this button will just only make the button private. So I'm just going to get the button here. So the button is just small outline border. So let me just comment on this out first. So once you create the let's just comment this out. Let's comment this out. So small outline with full border, text primary, text size, small size, and font semi-bold. So this is to revert it back to private. So let's go ahead and add let me just set the function here. So we're going to call it on click copy here. There's the button. So this is the button. I'm just going to do it here. And this will save. Let's copy the on copy. And let's go to the top. And let's just say constant on copy. I say navigator dot clipboard dot write text, which is the URL. Now I'm going to say set copied to true. And we're going to use a set timeout to delay. So this is just going to be set copied to false. And we're going to create 1,000 milliseconds. So that is that. So we're going to also get the loading from here. I think that is it. So I'm going to just add the loading to the button. So as usual, so I'm just going to add the button here. And that is it. So once we click the button, we need to also update it. So I'm going to create. So we're going to create. So let me just get the API. So that API is the API we use for editing. So let's go into. Do we have not even download link? In our share, I'm just going to get the endpoints, the update endpoints. You should get it from like this. So let's just get this endpoint. Yeah, so I'm just going to enable the button here, enable the it's disabled here, enable it, and also the pending. So let's say that. So let's complete the remaining parts. So let me look at this. Yeah. So yeah, let me just import the loader. And now inside here we're going to do a class with full flex and flex column. Flex flex column cap2 item center justify center. Then I'm going to just save this. Let me just save this. And inside here, we're going to just create it. Going to get the component form or the icon form. Let's see we have globe. Let's set it to size 40 pixel. Now below here, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name of text center. Margin button 1. Let's just open that. Let's put h5. We're going to have a class name. Save that. Font semi-bold. And we're going to have text small. As a set to public. We're going to have a p tag. So we're going to actually use the same thing with the one we had there. So this p tag is just going to have different text. So text small, text muted, and foreground. Then we have text and to share it with others. You need to make it public. You can see that. Then we're going to have our button, and our button is going to be, I think, below this div. It's going to be on our button, and the button is just going to have public. Right. In this, we're going to have a class name, and the class name is going to have width full, height 8. Let's say BG black, and text extra small, dark. Yeah, you're going to have it BG primary. So on dark mode, we have BG primary. We have dark one, font semi bold. I'm going to have text white. So you're going to just set here to type button. Save that. Now we're going to have an on-click, which we're going to just set that to handle click. This handle click is going to set this to public. While here, we're going to also set this to private. So now we're going to also get this loader. Let's put it here. So I think we are done with this. So let's go ahead and create the endpoint. So the endpoint is going to also create the function here. Just create a constant. Handle click is going to be equals to, let's open this. And just going to use this callback. And I'm going to just set this. So empty array. Set this to async. And inside here, we're going to have our status because we're going to use the handle click button. So this is just going to be type status. Type. Let's look at it. No, I'm not setting it to now. So I'm just going to use this instead. So I'm just going to take this. So like this. So it should not be now. And or better still, we can leave it a status type instead. So if you check if resume if resume info, if not resume info, just return. So let's save that, and now we're just going to all our endpoints as usual and wait. Complete async. Let's open the example status, which is going to be passing our status, and we're going to have our on success and on error. So I'm just going to okay, type now. Okay. So it's just this. Okay. Let me just say so undefined. So let's also add the on success here. I'm just going to just quickly copy that and paste that inside. So to make work faster for me, I'm just going to paste it inside here, and I'm just going to get the update there and update. Let's use we're going to import that from the use hook outpost, and you should see that we say the status on once it's successful, we update the status on our own updates. How is return a success toast, a failed error toast. So I'm just going to pass all this inside here. So I think we are done. So what we're going to do next is to work on the preview page. And to work on the preview page, we're going to also create an endpoint for that. And that means, so let's go ahead and work on the API for the preview. I'm just going to close everything here. I'm going to open this, open API. Let's go to our documents. And we should be sure that we've not created the endpoint. So we've not created the endpoint. It's just basically the same thing with this. It's just basically the same thing with the API to fetch to get. So I'm just going to let's remove this data from here. So let's just do our get request. So this API we now have, we're not putting our authentication here. I'm just going to put doc, click doc. I'm going to just say so doc, sorry, document ID. So we're just going to get the only the user validation for the ID. And let me just put our async C. Let's put our try catch. It's going to get a param. So we're using the same thing we did here inside here. So instead of using the user ID, we're going to just make sure, let's just copy this. Let's just copy everything here without the user ID. I'm not going to come down here and let's just click this. And instead of user ID, we're going to check the status if the status is public. And if it's public, then we can enable this. Yeah, so I think the equal string error should stop. Yeah, we should stop. So now we are going to check if there is no document data. Like if this thing return document data, we are going to just show an unauthorized authentication, unauthorized error. Telling the user that they can't access it. Maybe this particular document is private, not public, so they can access it. But if not, you can be able to see the data here. And if there's any error, internal server error, we just return fail to fetch documents. And that's it for a public API. So what we're going to do next is to our future, we're going to actually create API. So to use this API, we just go to our hook, not hook, the features folder. And we're going to use the same API for it. But instead, what we're going to do here, we're going to modify this. We're going to set this to is public, which we're going to get the Boolean field here. Let's set it to Boolean, and so yeah, what we are going to do, let's also set this default to false. We can also set this to undefined. So it's not needed anywhere around. Let's just leave it like this. So I'm just going to say for our query, this is not it. Okay, yeah, this is it. This should be get document by ID. So here at this point of the endpoints, I'm just going to do a check. I'm going to say if not is public. If not is public, we're going to use this API. Or else use API document document.public doc. I'm using to say this to our very own document ID, and let's just save it like this. So now this should handle API. So what I'm going to also do here, I'm going to also say if it's public, retry should be false. Else 3. So I think I'm done with this API, and then we should have no error for other places we use the API here. I think we have no issue there. So let's go into our public folder and work on that now. I'm just going to um we're going to work on that. So inside here, we're going to create a component first. So inside the public folder, I'm going to create a separate component, which is going to handle. I'm going to also get an error component. You can call it error. Use RASCE, set error here. And you can set preview resume .txx. So here in this page, we are going to RASCE. We're going to call the public resume. Let's just open that. And what we are going to do here is to get the endpoint from, we're going to get the param first from the Next navigation. And once we got the param, we need to do constant data is success and is loading. We're going to get that from use get documents by ID. And we're going to set the document ID with value of true. So this is going to handle the is public and the document ID. And we can also now get the resume info from data. So this is it from our resume data type. Just so we check if it has. So then if for any chance we have any error or it's not loading or it's not success, so that means it failed. Or we can also use the status. We can actually check for the status and see if the status is 4.1, it's unauthorized. You can do that too. So, but if it fails any of this, I'm just going to go here and let's just import our error components here. So let me just import that from our components here. So let me move all this to the top. Move this one to the top. And let me just place this here. Yeah, we should stop the issue here. So for the error components, it's going to be very simple. We're just going to create a div and let's create a div class name, height screen, flex column, item center, space y4, justify center. And here we're going to just have a div, and this is going to be class height screen flex column, and they're going to have item center. They're going to also have space y4, justify center. Let's save that. And inside this div, you're going to have what we call from let's see React. We're going to say size. So let's see pixel. And we're just going to have I'm going to just have this here. I can change this to div if you want, or you can just leave it to button. This is just the people that you have requests for access. Yeah. Then below that, you're just going to have a simple div here, and this div is going to just be shrink minimum height for text center accompanied by text x small x and xx font black. Just put it and text 20 pixel text primary and the name of the app, and that is it for the error. So if you go back to preview components, let's see IFCE. So the preview components is just going to be very, very simple. You're just going to get a props from where we're going to render it. So pass the prop here and let's just import this. So we're just going to have our theme color from the resume info. And let's just import this theme. Yeah. So this is just going to be the same thing with the preview. I don't want to repeat it, but I have to. Let me just say resume preview. So we're just going to this from here because this the reason why we did it is because remember this context out of the boundary, so we need to set it inside. We can't render it here because of the if you open it to the home page and you click on dashboard document or the page, you should see let me see here. You should see that we added the resume provided here. So that's why I had to copy that from there. And let me see whether I copy. So let's just import everything. Remove the ID is not needed. Remove the info. Let's import the info from home. Import that. Import this too. Import this too. Import this too. Or better still, we can move the preview to inside the component. We can move this preview component here. This can be moved into a reusable component since we are reusing it instead of moving into a separate page. So let me just copy this, come into here, and let's just paste this here. And let me see whether it's going to give an issue here. It's connecting loader. So it's not giving an issue, so we have to remove it. Let's use this from here. And let me just change the imports from this. Let's just remove all these imports here. And let me import this from the components. From the component, let's import that, import preview, import experience, and import preview too from components. Let's also go ahead and do that the same thing for resume preview here. So I'm just going to just remove all this to the top, save that. Let's also import this from resume, the components, import this from components, import this from the component. These two. And let's confirm that everything is working fine. Let me just refresh. Let's be sure that everything is working fine before we remove the folder. And let's just wait a second. So let's go ahead and remove the preview from the home component. So this here, this component is basically I'm using it for anything within the home, but not outside the home. So it's not nice for us to import from home. So once we are done with this, we're going to import this inside the preview page. So I'm just going to work on that now. And inside the preview page, the public page, we're going to just create a div. So let's say class name. Let's just open this. We're going to have width full and minimum height screen, H auto, and BG black. So we're going to set it to black screen. And we're going to just have enough here, enough class name. And this nav is going to have width full VX8. VX8, we're going to also have border, let me just print space here. Border B, bottom, sticky, top 0, border gray, 700. I'm going to have PG black, 3%, height 12, and PY 2. So now we're going to also have a div, and this is going to have a class name, flex item center, cap 1. Now you're going to just have an image here first, and here we're going to have, let's import this image from next image. And here let's go H5. We have a class name, and the class name is going to just, we're going to just basically have text 20 pixel AX1. I'm sorry, AX1 text gray 300. I'm going to have fonts semi-bold, opacity of, I don't think we need opacity here. Opacity. So let's just render the resume info.title. Oh, let's just put it down. I'm just going to put it in case. I'm going to just put .pdf here. So I just bring this up here. And then below the nav, we're going to have a div with a class. And the class is going to have a widthful flex 1, flex item center, justify center. And we're just going to open this, going to create a div. We're going to have class name of maximum width 50%, widthful, video white, and let's save that. So we're going to now import the preview resume here. So let's just import this here. I'm just going to, you can say this, or you can just simply just use dot 3 times and together. Let me just put this to the top. And we are done. We are totally done now. So the only thing is to just get the PDF icon. And let's check. We need to also add it to our asset folder. A public folder, not asset. So let's just create one here. So in our GitHub repository, if you go to the main yeah, resume builder. And let's click on public images. So let's just add images here. And we can see TP. So I'm just going to grab this. So make sure to get this and add it here. So now I've placed it here. So I'm not going to use this. I'm going to just use this. And if you want to use this, you can use it. You can use this too. It's okay. So I'm just going to, we've got the PDF already. And let me just test this out. So I think we are done with this. I'm just going to clear everything here because too many things is open here. Let's just close this and let's go to our component and let's just refresh, reload this, and let's wait a while for it to load. That was successful. So let's click on this and we should see public. So yeah, you see this icon meaning that our component or sorry, our resume is in private mode. So I'm just going to inspect this so you can see the API. So let's just click on public. I should see a button loading. And we should see that it has set to private and you can see here showing public. So we can copy this link. And once you copy this link, we can also go to. So before we copy the link, I noticed that we made a mistake to the link. There's double slash. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to go into the app, into components. Come on. Now let's click on share. Click on the URL here. And while we're having the ID, we didn't grab the ID document. So we made a mistake in the documents ID here. So I'm just going to say documents ID. And it should fix. So let's try it again. Let's try and reload it. I think it's reloading. So let's wait for a minute for it to load. Seconds for it to load. And once it loads, we should try it and see. So we can see the document here. If you scroll, you can see and this. So let's just copy this link. And I'm just going to close. I'm just going to go into a private window. And let me just go to that private window immediately. And in this window, I'm just going to open here and paste this here. So this is a private window. I'm just going to press enter and we should wait for it to just load. Yeah, so we're having some issues. So you're inputting a component here. So we need to go ahead and set this to client mode first. So I'm just going to go over to my code and let's just set this to client mode. So I'm going to come over to public preview and page. Let's set this to use client. And so this should be, they should not give any error. So let's go over back and look at it again. Should wait for it to load. And it didn't show anything. Oh yeah, it should. So why is it in that? Why is it like this? So we need to also add skeleton loader and this will not be in dark mode. Why is it in dark mode? So let's check this. Let's go back. So let's look at why this is not working properly like normally supposed to do. And I'm going to go into this preview resume, and let's check then if a passing the loading state there. Shadow lot BG white. And so yeah, let me remove this. So let's just open the link here and try it here and see. So yeah, showing white. So yeah, I think the mobile view is kind of small. So let's just look at it here. Let's just say maximum with 50. This is going to be for large. Then you're going to have maximum with 90. Okay, this is okay. We can just say it. And let's just put MXO2. Yeah. So this is how it's supposed to look like. Yeah. Why is it okay? So I'm saying data. I'm trying to look at why. So switching this a black card. So on that command is going to change. So I'm just going to look at this here. Why are we setting anything? Let me see preview. Okay. Let me just I remove this, and let's just set this to X white by default and text plan. So we're going to also look at just run. So for us, I just wanted to look at. So I went into the experience and I removed the color I added there, so it does not affect. And there I set this to black, background white, and text to black by default on inside the preview resume. So now if you go back to the last private mode, and we should see it frame properly here, even when it's on dark mode. So this is how I want it to be. And let's go back and make this private, and we should see it work. Uh, of so I'm just going to come back to my core, and let's just click this to make it private. And once we make it private, we should get um, components, the preview. Disable this should be even fixed. So let's wait for some seconds for it to load and to update status. Let's check the share. Let's check this. Okay, so this is not public. If you click here and if you try and reload this, So once we make updates, it should change the. So let's go back to our API, our features, and let's click on use updates. And here we are setting this to document ID here. So let's just refresh this and see this. So if once I refresh and you should get an error and you should see this. You do not have access request for access. And if you preview this, yeah, it's supposed to reload on itself because we are doing invalidate query. So if you try and refresh and you should see it's also built on dark mode. So you don't have access, and if you request it again, if you try and then reload, change it back to this. So if you see that here we are not signed in, if you go to the host 3000, so I think we should be able to access. Let me just remove this and this is loading again. Let's go over to our code base and then let's check this out. So everything's working fine. So let's go ahead and work on the trash and restore functionality. So let's work on the trash and restore functionality. So let's quickly go ahead to our common and let's create a component which we're going to call more option. And let's just do it more option .cxx. So this is going to be RAFCE. Let's import that. And let's go into the top section and let's just add it here. So I'm just going to add more option here. So below here, I'm using to have more option. And let's import that. So let's import that and we're going to import that from more option. And inside the more option, we are just going to actually do the same thing. We're going to get a drop down menu. So I'm just going to open this and let's just open it as a drop down menu from our UI component drop down menu. Then we have drop down menu trigger from UI drop down, and we're going to set this to a stride. A stride. Yeah. Now we're going to also import this. So let me just import some things here. Router and our context. So I'm just going to let's save that, and below here let's just import this from React context navigation. Why this from our context, and let's import this from our feature. So once that is done, let's just bring in the button. We're going to just create an icon button here. So we're going to paste that here. So this is just basically background white border and then dark mode gray 800. Let's save that. Let's import this horizontal icon function from Lucy React. Why this is taking time. Let's just create our drop down content, menu contents from UI, and let's just create a drop down menu item from UI, and let's just open that. Let's set this to a stride, and let's import this from this area. So I'm just going to bring in a check. So inside here we're just going to do a check. So a check is going to be a button. let's import load. Let me just import load. I'm going to explain everything here. Let me just import we do from Lucy React and trash from Lucy React. So it's just one type of button. So the button are the same thing. Just variant post gap py2 cursor pointer default disable when it's pending, which we got from this update API. We're going to import we do here from Lucy React and the same thing here. So what we're going to do here to get this handle, we're just going to go to our share and let's just copy this handle, click here, bring it inside here, and let's just paste it here, and let's just import this a toast from our hook toast hook. And what we're going to just change the message to trash, move to trash, to trash. Let's just and we're going to also you're going to also route the user to the dashboard once we've then we're going to import this. So let's import this callback from React. Let's just move this up. Put this up. Let's just move this up. Then let's import this too. This is just taking time. This is taking time. So I'm just going to import this. Let's just import this here. So I think we are done with this. So let's just put in the router here and exit. So if we look at let's go back to our UI. And while this is loading, we are going to go back to home, components, home page, click on this, click on documents, like the all page, not the single page, the all page. We have the home page, we have the all resume. And we are going to just create a place where we are going to put our trash. Remember, there's a place we set trash list. So I'm just going to create that component here. So let's go ahead and create a component inside our component folder. Yeah. XX RASCE, and inside the page we should make sure we import that from trash, and let's go into the trash box. So inside the trash box we're going to create two endpoints. Let's go ahead and create the endpoint first. Let's go ahead and create the component, the API first. So I'm just going to close everything here, and let's go into the app API documents. So this API is going to fetch. We can see the API, the update. I'm going to see update to be stopped. Then we can use the API here to okay. Okay, let's just create the API first. I'm just going to I'm just going to do get, and this is going to be trash all. I would say get user auth user. Let's just see with async. Now let's just draw a try your card. And draw a card, you're just going to basically do the same thing we are doing, but yeah, I'm just going to paste that because we didn't count less time, just fetch user ID, and yeah, we're just going to call the error And let's go back to our trash box. And inside here, we're going to have popover. Let's just remove this popover from our UI, popover, popover trigger from component UI. And we're just going to get a button, paste the button here. So the button is just simple, text 15 gap, 2 pixel, and then I don't know why the system wants to delete Y button. So let's just do pop over content from UI. And the content we're just going to set this like this. Background minimum width of 22 rm px2, and let's import the trash. So I'm just going to when it is loading. So when it is loading, to get when it's loading, I'm going to uh so let's just continue. We've not actually created the component to fetch all our trash, so I'm just going to go into my hook, and let's not hook features, and let's go into the documents. Okay, yet we are going to also do the same thing we did for uh so I'm going to also set is trash here to boolean, and I'm going to set this to false. So um we can also set this to undefined here, so it does not require for every. Then for this thing, we're going to just update this and set this to if it's trash, just get from the set the key to trash documents and this to documents, and we're going to update this to use the trash API. Let me just remove this here, sorry. And now we say use trash or, which is from the API which we created here. If you look at the receipts, trash or else use the documents.or, and we call the endpoint to get the data and fail to return response. And that is it. So let's go back to our trash box, and we should be able to fetch the API. So let me just call the API here. Our trash box. Then for the trash box, we're going to also bring in the router from the navigation next navigation. So I'm just going to import them. Let me just import this too. Import this too. So this is taking time. So I'm going to also let's go down here, and now let's use the it's loading. So I'm just going to get it's loading. Yeah, this is just going to be skeleton div. So this is just to just show the skeleton loader, full width, flex, first column, wrap to P3. So before we do anything else, because we're going to render the data, next navigation. Now let's just create a state to for search. We'll create a state here for search. Let me just paste that here, and we're going to get the data from our data. Yeah, so I'm just going to paste that, and let's import skeleton from Shadcn UI. And let's import state from React. So what you have to do, we have to filter this. So I'm going to filter this. So resume filter document. So you're saying doc title to lowercase, and if you include any of the keyword search, we convert the search to lowercase. And when we click on any of the documents from the store, we can navigate to the dashboard, documents ID and edit. So now I'm going to use quickly back and continue so we can render it now. So here we're going to set class name. Class name is going to be text small. Let's just say give here again. We're going to have class name of flex item center tab x1. This one we are going to also have p2 p2 sorry p2. We're going to have search. Let's see your class name h4 and we're going to also have your input which you're going to use from and CUI. So you're going to grab the input there and set the input to the search state and the set search to e target of value. So make sure to import this. And now we're going to create a div. Load this div here. Let's create this div. So this div is going to have a class name, and this is going to be empty. So px1 and bb1. So let me import input coming up. So what is the p? The p tag is going to we're going to just set it to no documents. We're going to use you're going to use CSS to determine what is still not doc. So I'm just going to the last name and I'm going to hidden. So it's going to be hidden last block text. It's small. You're going to have text center text muted program. I'm going to see a document here found. So now let's import the input. So I'm just going to import that from the components UI. And this is so let's we are going to use the filter document to mark through the list because it's going to be a list. We're going to let from the response. So I'm just going to disclose them if this is or so yeah, I'm just going to come down below this div and I'm going to just let's here. And this is going to be very simple. It's going to say that document. Let's save that. I'm going to just put a div here. And let's close the div. Let's save this, so it should stop. Error. Let's save this. And we're just going to pass in doc. Let's put a key prop here. Just say doc.id. We're going to set this to row button. And this is just going to get on click. If you're going to set it to on click or the pass doc document ID. So let's have a class name here. Class name is going to be text small, rounded, small, widthful, over, e.g. primary, and this is going to be a percentage of opacity of 5. And we're going to just say flex item center. And we're going to justify between py1, then we're going to have px1. Let's save that. So inside here we're going to have a div, last name, and it should flex item start. We should have gap 1, and I just set the div. Yeah, so that's it. And in between, you're going to have a flex, file text from the React to your size, to last name, have your margin top, capital, and let's close this. So here we're going to just create a div that takes the create a div here. So div let's put our h5 here, and this is just going to have class name, flex and flex colon. So we're going to like this, so it's going to truncate to 200 pixels, and here we're going to just have a div. I'm going to just explain that. So below, let's make sure to import the file text. So below the div, we're just going to have this div. So I'm going to explain it. This is going to be flex item center text with 12 pixels. We're having flex item center capitalized gap 2, and we have the dot from Lucy React, and we have the format. So let's import format from, we've used this before. Let's import format from from date function. So let's see. Yeah, if so, the last thing we are going to do is we're going to create the div that. So let's check this div here, and let's see if you're going to have a div here, and this div is going to hold our button here, and this button here is say Andrew store, and restore. So let me just drag this to explain what button here. So this default button with the function to pass the uh the status docs to here. We can just use this like here. Then we have pending. We set this to pending, and let me just break this out. So we have the rounded small over bg neutral 200 with 6 height, 6 flex, items and pages 5 center, dark mode over bg gray and 700 which. So let's import the loader. So once it's loading, we're going to show the loader, and if it's not loading, we're going to show the undo component. So I'm just going to go back up where do we have this React and just import this. So let's scroll down back. I think undo set. So we just get the on restore, and let's write our function for it to restore. So I'm just going to also import. Let's go and get the. Let's come up here and let's get this updates. This API we created for updating. I'm just going to paste it at the top here, and this is pending to stop. We are just going to have. So let's go again and then go to the more option. And let's just copy this. Come to the trash list box, and let's just paste it here. So let's make sure to put this. So we're going to just import this. Let me see. Let's just use scroll back. Go back from React, the status type. And we're not going to need all this here. This should be removed. This should be removed. So just import the toast. Let's save this and let's set document ID. Oh yeah, we're not passing document ID. We need to pass in the document ID. So let's just pass all this to here because the API is going to get document ID. So it's going to actually work. So we need to create an endpoint to handle this. So let's just this here. Let's remove this. We're going to create an endpoint separate to restore. I'm just going to remove this here. And let's just remove this. So we're going to go ahead and create a new endpoint to restore. And let me just set this inside the document. So let me just yeah, and we're going to create the you're going to create the update. So this is basically it here. So what is it going to be? We're going to have the name restore archive, and we're going to set the JSON insert validation here to document and status. We're going to check the user. We're going to get the status, and we're going to confirm that this document must be provided. Item also status. If status is not archived, so that we can restore this. So we set it back to private, and it's just simple. So we set it back to private. Where ID is this, document ID is this, and the status is archived. Then we check if not document not found and return the updated value and restore. So you can look at this. So we're going to go ahead and create a component inside our feature. We're going to create a feature here to get restore. We're going to call it use restore documents X. And I'm going to just explain everything I'm doing here now. So what is the restore? Is similar to what we have with the patch. Just get the request and the response, the honor VC post, and the use query client and mutation. So here we said type of API.restore.archive.patch and this to JSON. Then we call the use client, then set up the mutation, use mutation with the response type and request. So restore archive, and here we will load the trash document and the document if once we restore. And now if we go back to our trash list, so it's just similar to what we have with the on update. If you followed us on that, I'm just going to go to my trash list and I'm going to just import that here. So let me just import it here. I'm just going to import this here. Add this here. Let's do so. Then we're going to call the restore function, which is just going to help us. So I'm just going to put it here. And you should see the function to should make sure to import this from the use restore. And if we look at this, there's import the on sockets and the post on me. So I'm just going to import those from the areas. So I'm going to import that here. And let's also set this use client. So it's a kind of finance. So this on restore is just setting the event. I decided to stop propagation because we made the entire div clickable. Remember, we made a div here. We made the div clickable. If you look at here, we made the div clickable. So if we didn't stop propagation, it's going to react to when we click on this button. So if you look at the button here, on restore, we pass in the event documents and the document status. I want this small PG, make sure 200 width and everything we discuss here. Now the error should stop. Let's see. Let's see. Save clients. Set it to clients already. And then we reload this. Let's wait for it. So now we've been able to show this here. So let's go to the home page and we should see the trash button. If you click on this, we should see the search bar. So nothing is in the trash yet. So let me just click on this particular one that is saying private here, and let me just click on this option and move it to trash. And in no time, it's going to update and redirect us to the so it has redirected us to the home page, and you can see that trash moved to trash successfully, and you can see. And if you click here, you should see the item in trash. If you click on new one, I'm going to click new resume and I'm going to move this to trash. And once I move it to trash, it's going to redirect us here, and this and the new one will move to trash. If we click on here, we can see it, and let's restore it. So let me try and search resume. So they're the same thing. So you're not going to. So they're the same thing. Let me just cancel this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on this one we created here, and we should load this. This is not in trash. I don't know why it's saying it is in trash. So let me just reload it. It's not in trash. So let's just move it to trash. And if we move it to trash, we should update this. So let's just go to the use restore, and so we got this and this. Okay, we're supposed to include the single aim 8 point, but there's no need. And this is multi-track. So if I click on this and I search for backend resume, you should see backend resume showing there. Backend. We can restore this and it should restore. And there's no data. And if we remove this, we should see backend is showing private. And I think this needs to be reloaded for because we didn't refresh, so we need to reload for it to be to get the updates. So if you want to make it better, we can just let's go back to use restore, and we can just add it here and just put, and they should work. So I'm just going to go back home, and we can see they've created different resume. So that is it for this resume builder course. So make sure to like this video, share this video, because we got an exciting project coming soon. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notification when we drop new video.